Morning, I'd like to call this meeting of the Citizens Advisory Committee for May 2022 to order. First item on the business is to have a roll call. And again, if you'd like to call the roll, we'll start. Well, you can start wherever you want. We have four, I think, in the room.
Phil Roberts.
Here.
Rick Fernandez.
Here.
David Bailey. Carolyn Brown. Hoyt Prindle. Christina Bosworth, I believe she's excused. Miaza Morrison.
Here.
Aya Yasin. Stephen Hollenkamp.
Here virtually.
Nicole Rice. Christina Costa.
Here.
Artie Fryer. Nancy Castellano. Nicholas Glover.
Here.
Don Skelton.
Here.
Ed Mrzewski.
Here.
Jonathan Knudsen. Sharon Gamond.
Here.
Terrence Trott. Rick Richmond. Josh Frank. And you said you do have an in-person quorum?
Yes, I believe we have 8 in the room, so I think that qualifies us for a quorum.
Thank you. Chair, would you please call for a vote of consent for remote participation?
Yes, I'll accept the motion to consent to having remote participation by those members online, of which at the moment there's only a couple. Someone care to make that motion?
So moved.
A motion by Nicholas Glover. We have a second.
I'll second.
A second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
We're one day. The motion passes with one opposed. All right. Next item on our agenda, I'm going to read. It is the statement for the TPO bylaws that all speakers are asked to address only the presiding chair for recognition, confine their remarks to the question of your debate, and avoid personalities or interest, language, or behavior. At this point, I'd like to open the meeting to public comment. Do not see anyone in the room for public comment. Is there anyone signed up online?
I'm not seeing anybody.
Give them just a moment in case anyone joining us. Anyone for public?
Chair, I
Yes.
did want to let you know that Carolyn Brown has logged in virtually.
All right, thank you. Carol Hoyt Prindle has joined us in the room. All right, hearing no one signed up and no one in the room for public comment, I'll close that portion of the meeting. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes from our April 6th and our April 25th, 2022 meetings. Is there a motion to approve those 2 sets of minutes if we can take them together? Someone care to make a motion? Rick Fernandez moves. We have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion, corrections, or additions? Rick?
Yes, sir. On the minutes for April 6, 2022, I guess it's the last page of the minutes, actually, page 8 of the document. Member interest and future topic requests. Item 9B, Bravo, Josh Frank. Word policy should be stricken, and police, I assume, is what he meant. Tampa Chief of Police instead of Tampa Chief of Policy, although we might need one of those. But Chief of Police, I think, is what he intended. And then just 3 words further down on that same line, he noted the XXX being taken out. I don't know what XXX is. Anybody? I don't think he said triple X.
I think that
No, I
would be a
think that's,
space holder.
Yeah, a holding.
I can clarify that. That is a space holder, as I couldn't make out what was said on the recording nor during the meeting.
Okay, so it's going to remain a triple X for now, I guess, or is somebody going to try to ferret that out?
Josh is going to be a little late to the meeting, but when he gets here, yes, we're going to come back to representations.
Okay, then one other, Chair, if I may.
Sure.
The next alpha paragraph down, Charlie, Terrence Trott would like a status of the eye. Then nothing. So I don't know what they, I think that may have been the Boulevard project, but I'm not sure. But again, it's a void.
Dale, do you have any further clarification on what Terrence was seeking there? I think Rick is right.
I do not. I would need clarification from him.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments or corrections on the minutes, Ed?
Yeah, I would just make an observation. It seems like these minutes are somewhat more sanitized than they've been in the past. It's been very detailed about so-and-so said this, so-and-so said that. And this says, there was discussion about, and I'm not either pro or con that, I'm just making an observation. It seems like the minutes are not quite as detailed as they've been. That's probably fine.
My observation, Ed, is that over the years, the style of the minutes has fluctuated.
Yeah.
A few years ago, they were pretty general, and then as you've observed, they were pretty detailed for a while. I find them to be pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, I think they're fine. I just observed that and I was going through them.
Good morning. Your nameplate is down at the end of the table.
In the big, oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Good morning. Rick?
To Ed's point, absolutely right. It's much less detailed. Some of this may simply be a function of who the reporter is, and each one of them has a different style, perhaps, as opposed to a policy issue. I know that when the minutes are more detailed and our names are actually there, it's my tendency to go to my name in the minutes and make sure that what I said is accurately reflected. Now that may or may not be a good thing, but at least it puts me right on center of the thing that I know the best or the most. And that I do find helpful. If there's a way that we could return to that, that'd be great. Just consider it my own personal opinion. The other point, if we're not going to go more detailed, even if we do, occasionally I've seen these minutes laid out with timestamps actually provided, so that when we go to a particular item on the agenda, we have the timestamp of where it appears in the video. That if we're not going to have a more detailed minutes, it might be good to have the timestamps there so people can refer to them and actually have a link in the minutes that will take us to the video, so we can look it over and confirm what was said if we're interested. That might be a middle ground, actually, to more detailed minutes.
Johnny, do you know if that's a difficult thing to do, to put those timestamps back in?
I don't think that it would be prohibitively difficult since we've done it in the past. I don't see why we can't, but I will double check with our recording team to make sure that doesn't prevent them from their other responsibilities. I don't think that'll be a problem.
Okay, would you look into it and let us know if it is possible? Let's just go ahead and include that in the next step.
Sure.
Any other comments or corrections on the minutes of these two meetings? We have two open questions that we'll try to resolve with those members who are in the meeting.
I have a question, but it's after the meeting, so
Okay.
maybe minutes. So
Okay, all those in favor of approving the minutes with the corrections noted and to be clarified, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And Gail, if you'll make note that Nikki Rice has also joined us in the room. Christine, did you want to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, I wonder if anyone can help me with the Wi-Fi. The posted Wi-Fi is not working, and I always appreciate seeing our presentation better,
John,
more comfortable.
John, did you learn the trick or did you just have it?
No, I had our IT person help us out a little bit.
Yeah.
I signed on to the one that said guest, and it didn't ask for a password or anything.
Yeah, the guest one seems to work.
See, the guest one didn't work. Mine
No.
was better than the laptop.
It's not, I'm not getting any. Okay.
All right, help is on the way.
Thank you.
All right, Christine, if you don't mind, we'll move
No,
on to
please
the
go ahead.
action items
Yeah.
while we're getting hooked up. We have 3 action items today. First one is the public participation plan. And Dina, you're going to give us this presentation, right?
Yes,
Okay, you can identify yourself. Thank you.
sure. I'm Davida Franklin. I'm the Community Relations Coordinator for the TPO. I just want to say it's wonderful to see all of you in person because I've seen you only on a computer screen for the past year. So I'm presenting to you the Public Participation Plan's Measures of Effectiveness Report. And this is going to be for 2 years, so 2020 through 2021. Okay, so why do we focus on public participation? Well, it provides opportunities for involvement of your TPO. It assures inclusivity, responsiveness, creativity, flexibility, and it also maximizes our exposure and minimizes costs at the same time. So why this report? It helps us evaluate our public engagement and our strategies revolving around public engagement. It recommends improvements and demonstrates an interest in public input. So this report is going to look at 4 different areas. Those are visibility and productivity, participation opportunities, public interest and feedback, and input results. So I'm going to break down each of those 4 areas and give you some examples of each, but in the report, it goes into further detail. So for visibility and productivity, you have a couple of examples here of how we've been very visible. And these are our products that we bring to the community so that way they can give us feedback on the different products that we produce. So here you have the amount of newsletters and meeting packets and published reports, as well as brochures, maps, and flyers that we produced since actually 2010 when we first started measuring these items. And then you have the number of news article appearances that we actually
Welcome to the webinar.
were in for the 2020 and 21. And then you have the number of YouTube views that we have generated since 2017. So here we have 2 examples, 2 great examples of how we've been very visible and productive during 2020 and 2021. So on the left, you have a photo of our executive director, Beth Alden, and she's virtual. So as you know, we had a virtual platform that we operated on to help our products and our studies and our reports reach the people out there who unfortunately could not attend in person due to the pandemic. And so now we operate in a hybrid environment. And then we also have the outreach for the 2021 non-discrimination plan update. And here you have a photo of some of the outreach that was done. We went out extensively to environmental justice areas, and we also held small focus groups as well as a storytelling forum. So these were ways that we were able to engage communities that normally don't have a voice in the planning process. So for participation opportunities, here you have a chart that shows all of our meetings, like the board and committee meetings for the TPO, as well as all the folks that attended and all of the public comments. But I want to bring your attention here to this nifty infographic that actually shows the cumulative amounts of, again, some of the participation opportunities that were available to the public. So we had over 3,900 board and committee meetings, meeting participants, as well as 56 public speakers in 2020 and 2021, as well as 940 agendas that went out via email to different individuals, and then 20% of the events that the TPO participated in or hosted were in environmental justice areas. So for public interest and feedback, this is important because this gives us all the information from the public that then we can input into our recommendations. So here are 4 examples of ways that we receive feedback from the public. The non-discrimination and equity plan that I had mentioned before, because of the extensive outreach, we were able to garner a lot of interest in some of the recommendations that I'll mention a little bit later for the public input section. And then for the Sheldon Road technical corridor technical study, we actually reached out to communities that were around 8 different high injury network corridors, and we were able to get information from them that again allowed for us to make recommendations in that study. For the annual evaluation of the community transportation coordinator, we actually received over 1,300 responses in 2020 and in 2021, and that allows for us to again give that feedback to the community transportation coordinator, which in this case is the Sunshine Line. And then for the transportation improvement plan in 2021, we saw a lot of feedback over the concerns about the project with the downtown interchange. We actually received 50 responses. Some were in advance via email and on social media, and some were in person. And so that's again important because in that particular situation, the board did consider public response and then consulted with the TPO's attorney to see if there was anything that could be done. And unfortunately, because of the stage of the design stage that project was in, the decision was, I don't want to say unfortunately, but in terms of public input, we decided to go ahead and move forward with the project. And that again counters what the public was concerned about. So for public input, again, we take all of this feedback and we put it into our recommendations. So here are 2 examples out of the 17 studies that we did conduct, or reports that we did conduct in 2020 and 2021. So on your left, you have the Plant City Circulator, which is a part of, that map is a part of the Plant City Transit feasibility study. And the public preferred that particular route. And so this was after a lot of input was given by the public through different focus groups and through different ways for them to contact the TPO. And so as a result, the recommendation for that study was that Hart and Plant City should do more research on the feasibility of that route and find a funding source. And then on the right side, you have a photo from the Safe Access to Parks pilot study. So with that study, we went out to different parks. It was Oakland Park, Sulphur Springs Park, and also the Upper Tampa Bay Trail. And we asked people what would make you feel safe, either going to this park or safer, and also going through the park. And so what they said were things like we would like wider paths or safety paint to delineate where a bike path or sidewalk ends and the street begins. And so those were some of the recommendations that we put into that study. So we did have a few successes in terms of collaboration with planning partners, and here are a few. So in the upper left-hand corner, you have the kids from the FLIP Junior program, which is Future Leaders in Planning. And that was a collaboration with the Tampa Heights Junior Civic Association. And you see Lisa Silva back there. She's a TPO staff member, and she was leading the kids in a beautification project, which translates into safe spaces and places for kids along their transit routes. And then also you have the Vision Zero Morning of Remembrance, which remembers victims of traffic violence. And so the victims of traffic violence, all of their names are read during this event. And in the 2 years that it was held against an annual event, there were about 50 to 60 folks at each event. This particular photo is from Crispy Downs in New Tampa, where folks walked along the street and again in remembrance of those folks that passed away. And then here you have one of our fellows who's participating in the Garden Steps project, and that's a project that's in partnership with the Coalition of Community Gardens of Tampa Bay. And then you have the Gulf Coast Safe Streets Hybrid Summit. So for 2 years, we did host that event. And then in 2021, we did help promote the event as well as host a series of mobile workshops where we led people on bike tours to, again, expose the importance of bicycle safety and transit options. So again, the feedback goes into how we input recommendations in our studies. And so for the 2020 report, our recommendations were to increase citizen engagement in environmental justice areas, to use short videos to inform the public about the different transportation initiatives and planning initiatives that the TPO has undergone, and also to engage in public plan requirements that are flexible and to seek feedback on public engagement strategies. And so here on this little grid, it just shows you how good we did. So if you look on the left, you see all of the recommendations from 2020. On the right, it shows how we met those recommendations. So the way to be better engaged in just environmental justice areas was through our non-discrimination and equity plan update, where then we went out to all of these different communities. And then also the Flip Junior Ambassadors Program, we actually held those workshops in Town and Country, Tampa Heights, and Palm River. And then to create short videos, we sponsored some videos through 83 Degrees videos that discussed different types of transportation planning options, and as well as the in-house production of the 1 Minute Matters videos. And those actually look at transit-oriented development. And then to be more flexible, again, I mentioned before, our virtual and hybrid engagement has allowed for us to reach more people than we've reached before. As you see, it also allows for us to be more flexible in how we engage in our meetings and in our hearings. And then to get more feedback, the Transportation Improvement Program Amendment Palette was something that we launched, where with every amendment to the Transportation Improvement Program in 2021, we put out road signs, we made a dedicated web page, we put out either a press release or a newsletter article, and then we also put out social media posts, and some of those were targeted to people who lived in the areas that were impacted by the amendments. And the result of that is we received many more comments on our Transportation Improvement Program amendments than we've ever received, because before we would just put up a web page and then put a notice in our newsletter. So for 2022 recommendations, we want to increase our digital and social media tools. And so a part of that will be getting on TikTok. And I smile about that because TikTok is interesting, and it's definitely something that garners attention from younger folks. So we want to get that generation, as well as being more present on Nextdoor. And then we also want to institutionalize the proactive outreach for TIP amendments. So basically what that means is what I said that we did before with road signs, with press releases, we're going to keep doing that and actually put it into our public participation plan. And then we need to provide more clarity about the TPO's role. So some people think that we are a funding source, and as you know, we're not. We make recommendations, so we need to start getting the message out there that the public needs to give us our input, so that we can make our recommendations for funding resources. And then focus groups. Again, I mentioned that the non-discrimination plan update was great when it came to reaching out to the community, and part of that success was getting folks to participate in focus groups. And what we learned is that people sometimes will give you an answer where they're not just black and white or checking a box. Instead, they're going to go deeper into some of their concerns. And then finally, build a culture of awareness. And so this is going to be important as we reach out to environmental justice areas, where we're going to find that, again, those voices that traditionally have not been involved in the planning process will start to be aware not only of the options that they have in terms of giving their input, but also the different products that we produce or the different projects that we work on. And so moving forward in 2022, what we're going to do is, for every study, is we're going to reach out to a faith-based organization, and that would be our start for that. And that is all that I have. So I do thank you for your time. And our recommended action is to approve the measures of effectiveness report, which is again part of the public participation plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Davida. So the recommendation is to accept the report and forward your recommendations on to the TPO board, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Other questions or discussion, recommendations?
Thank you, Chair. Davida, hey, thanks. I'm not sure, but I don't think we have actually met before, so good to meet you. As it stands now, reviewing this document, and I do appreciate your report, very well done.
Thank you.
I will not be voting to approve, but I want to tell you why, and maybe there's some response, and this could be supplemented in some way to address it. First of all, and probably the thing that is of most glaring to me, on page 30 of the printed out document, I'm not sure where it appears in the PDF doc as people are looking through it, but this is the page that has major TPO projects with substantial public input. And do you have a slide for that?
I just had it right here.
I mean, you referred to it and you almost quoted the paragraph that I'm looking at, so maybe.
Okay, so I have the public input slide where I gave 2 examples.
Okay. The last paragraph on page 30.
Beth, it's too late for me to do anything.
No, it's not. Try again. Get hacked, or is that a mute button?
We'll see. Okay.
Okay. The transportation improvement plan on page 30. The last 3 lines of that paragraph. As a result, the board asked its attorney about options to alleviate the public's concern. This relates to the DTI and the lengthy public comment that you referenced in the paragraph. However, they were advised that the project was too far along in development to remove from the TIP. Subsequently, the board voted to approve TIP 14, approve the TIP by a vote of 11-4. That is just wrong. That particular recitation of history is incorrect. That is not what happened at the meeting. What happened at the meeting was that the counsel, Cameron Clark, came in and offered a short presentation on the point of no return statute. We've talked about it here in this room. I've actually passed out copies of the transcript of that meeting to members of this committee. And what he told the board was that he didn't know, that the statute was ambiguous. There was no guidance. He could not tell them yes or no as to whether or not the items of the TIP that were being addressed in that public comment, whether or not that it could be removed. He just didn't know the answer to the question. This says almost exactly the opposite. And if anything, captures the guidance that Beth Alden offered to the board in that meeting when she offered her opinion that in fact the project had moved too far down the road. So I don't know who wrote this, but this is revisionist history, and I would suggest that somebody might look back at the tape, because it's on YouTube and it's been transcribed as well. It won't be hard to replicate it. But if you're going to talk about the meeting, talk about it accurately. The other, and I'll be happy to take whatever, if you have comment to that. I'm not done, but if you have anything in response, I'll be happy to hear it.
I don't, however, I will get with Beth Alden and take a look at that statement that's in there and see what direction she would have on how we could edit it.
Okay, and note when you're doing it, the thing that prompted that comment from council was the motion by Commissioner Overman made during that TIP public hearing to strike the lane movement, which was westbound I-4 to northbound 275 along VME board. She moved to strike that. And in response to that motion, she got a response from the director that there was some concern that that might already be too far along to move out because of the point of no return. And then Cameron Clark came in and had a chat. I know this because I've reviewed that entire tape recently. So it's like it happened yesterday for me. But that's the point in the transcript. It's after the TIP presentation is completed, and I'm sure you all can find it more easily than I could. The other point of concern I have, this committee is probably as well informed as anybody on the face of the earth could be about the issues faced by Tampa Heights vis-a-vis the downtown interchange. You referenced them briefly in that paragraph we just addressed. I can't imagine a situation where the public participation plan or program failed a community more miserably than it did in the context of Tampa Heights, the downtown interchange, and the movement of walls along our eastern boundary. We were totally blacked out of that discussion from January of 2020 to November of 2021. Now, I don't know where DOT was, well, I kind of do. They were at McKinley Drive. They weren't anywhere near us. I have no idea where the TPO staff was during that period, but they certainly weren't going out of their way to inform us of the negative implications of the project. All right. So to have this report out in the world suggesting that everything was just great and the community was fully informed of things, I can tell you personally, having sat here at CAC meetings for all that time and being in the midst of the flow of the information, I didn't know about those walls moving, right? Neither did Commissioner Overman or Gwen Myers or anyone else that's had the guts to admit it on the TPO board. I suspect none of them knew, and we're still fighting that battle. So it's impossible for me to look at a report about public participation and go home and look at my neighbors in the eye and say, yeah, I voted for that, because it failed us, right? At the very least, that needs to be recognized in the report as something we need to fix. And if you need further guidance on that, look at the TPO board meeting from February of 2022, after we presented what essentially was an evidentiary hearing on this issue. And Commissioner Cohen said at the conclusion of public comment, we definitely could do better, right? So
May I?
please.
So I think that that is something that so of course you're looking at slides, but you have, well, the public right now is looking at slides, but we have the report in front of you. So what I can do in regards to your concerns about the level of public awareness related to that, the issue of the downtown interchange and the sound walls, that's in this area here. So these two slides here. So what I didn't do, which you're really concerned about, is address the nay as to why this is here. But I definitely can put that in the report. So if we have a recommendation to use more focus groups, or even in terms of the TIP amendments, so we can make sure that in the report, as these recommendations are stated, that there's some other information there that talks about why or what it could have rectified previously with some issues. So would that be a good thing to put in there?
Chair, may I respond? I think what you're getting to is something that actually I wrote the words informed consent on my paper here. It would appear to me, at least, given that recent experience with the DTI in Tampa Heights, that the role of information provider to the community defaulted to the Department of Transportation. We were provided a narrative in January of 2020 that proved not to be accurate. And there was never any attempt to rectify that inaccuracy. I would have, in the perfect world of public participation, I would have hoped that the TPO staff might have filled in and supported the need of the community to know and provide informed consent. So when you say provide the nay, I think that's exactly where you're going with this. If you're going to present a project that has pros associated with it, it should also be provided with the nays. If I go to my doctor, he tells me I could die if he's going to fill a cavity, all right? Tell me what's the other side of the coin, because there is always the other side of the coin, and we never hear that, at least in my experience, from the DOT. Everything is always roses. That is a place where public participation and information and education on the part of the TPO board could fill a huge void, and I think would have helped us over the hurdle that we experienced and still not clear over the last 2 years. You all need to be more proactive about making sure the community knows what their leaders are suggesting, right? And that's not there.
Are there other comments on the report, Nicole?
I know that you were brought in to kind of like manage the engagement with the public.
Can you speak up just a tad?
Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Oh, no. Okay, so I know that you were brought in partially to help like expand engagement with the public. Yes. So I want to commend you for finding positive things, because when I made my flow chart of them. That was not an easy thing to actually do because I just want to make 3 points if you don't mind. I'm like, wow, like I want her to come in, make a list of something bad that happened to me because it almost smells like roses. When we talk about a YouTube view of 2,882 people since 2017, I'm pretty sure that over like 1,000 of those were those of us that were going back through videos because that actually just counts like people who click the video over and over. So that engagement is actually like incredibly minimal in the past 5 years. You're talking such a minimal amount of people that even watch these videos. I know that I've watched one sometimes 12 to 10 times just to get a timestamp. That counts as a view. Can we all agree to that? The paper publishing, all of those things. We have wasted more paper. The reason I want to speak up on this is because I left a job site where I needed to be on a day when I was going to have an evening to myself to drive to a community center in Tampa Heights because I could not believe what I was hearing in that meeting. And walked in and filmed. And yesterday on Bay News 9, FDOT had a segment about their awesome engagement in Tampa Heights at a community meeting regarding the program, where I walked in and when you initially said visibility and productivity and cost and public engagement, what I found in there were 4 consultants, 1 in each room, so that the actual DOT employees did not have to deal with the public, one of whom had worked initially on this prior to, in the 90s, and had not had any touch with it since even before Stop TVX movement. So over 10 years, she's not been engaged, who were paid taxpayer money to sit there with no concept of where the project has been since the 1990s and help citizens believe they were picking out fascia, trees, and artwork for these walls we're referring to. With stacks of paper this thick everywhere. He was there. We were all in separate rooms. I came in and started filming. I have film from that day you do not want released. Okay? So there is going to need to be a private conversation. I have people on film who are paid by the city and the county saying they don't even know the website for their own program. Okay, not great. I could have blasted it all over the internet. I chose not to. I'm here today because the misrepresentation has to stop. I will not be voting for this. And the final point that I want to make was not only was tons of paper wasted, I walked out and went from room to room to room to room and brought home a ream of paper. Thank you, FDOT. I needed that for my printer. The other thing is if we go back, can you go back to this slide that shows the kids? There you were. Go back a little bit. Yeah, take a picture of those kids today. Show what's behind them today in that picture. Okay, because that's not the same picture. Plant City, who cares? They're self-sufficient. Also, in case people aren't aware, they're going to be observing huge swaths of land all around Plant City of the unincorporated county. Is anybody here aware of that? Okay, well, if you live in Del Rico, start looking at the maps. We have a picture of people marching down Bruce B. Downs. What changes did we make there to stop this? We asked some people to walk around with the stop and slow down sign. We help the Gulf Coast program. And ultimately, we talk about TikTok or platform or 83-degree videos. I need to look that up. We did the road signs everywhere. I did see them, and they were single-sided. So what happened was every single one I saw was ripped off and used as a panhandling sign and flipped over. So at least if you're going to put them out, make them double-sided, okay? So like at least you don't waste your money completely. As a matter of fact, I went and collected some later to use as paint catchers. And the reach out says faith-based organizations. Why?
That would be one, if you want me to answer, that would be one step. So we actually are looking at taking steps, and we didn't think that we would have the capacity yet to reach out to all groups. So instead,
they don't pay taxes. Why would we reach out to faith-based organizations or tax-free organizations?
Because of their base. So it's not necessarily for them, it's for the people that they reach. Because what we're finding out is that we could do a better job at making sure that our planning partners and different organizations in the community have our that we have their ear so they can put the word out.
Well, you can put that on the list, but ultimately, the land they're even sitting on, they don't pay taxes for, so I don't really care what they would say. Secondly, that should be at community centers, parks and recs, involvement with kids, Sierra clubs, other environmental clubs, and high schools. High schools have environmental clubs. You're creating a whole new generation, so do universities. And as far as the DTI, this is another reason why I would not vote for this, even though like I want you to find a way to engage more. I saw the TikTok and I saw the different platforms and there's things that could be done, but you have kids sitting at Middleton and different schools that you could be working with to make amazing videos that are true about what is happening with development in Florida. The fact stands that you stated earlier, and we stated over and over, we're not a funding source. Well then, and then you show these pictures where look, but we're helping, right? Doesn't it seem like if we're the ones who are being impacted in Hillsborough County by all this development around us, that is all contingent on connecting highways across the state of Florida, that maybe we just take a stand and just remove any project by them, just shut their voice off? If it doesn't matter what we put, why are we not going to just prioritize everything that we actually want for people all over our region? I lived in Northdale Country Place. I watched that veterans come through my backyard and destroy like Odessa. I watched it destroy the connectors and I destroyed tons of wetlands. The woman who was actually helping in our room, who had no idea about what had happened here, she moved here the same year as me, and she was, that was just so sad. That's why I went and tried to help save those houses in that church in Tampa Heights, and that's when I met people involved in this project. And I said, but do you know where it is now? She goes, well, I'm just here to make sure those promises are kept. And I'm like, they told you you came here today to keep those promises and that we're going to be, so we're not picking out pool tile here for a home project, okay? Nobody's getting trees, art projects, or 103 fascias. And that is what they legitimately were telling me. And this organization is standing by those kind of lines. This has to stop. I'm ready to leave the board. I'm here today because I don't know how much longer I can do this. I have to take medication to be here because I cannot stand that nobody understands, no matter where you live and what you think is a good idea, that we have no fiscal power. We need to make sure that we stop development and lies from FDOT. And if they're going to manipulate this board in the way we have been manipulated, all of us in every region, every area, like I feel powerless at this point.
Nicole,
And that's all I really came here to say today, because I'm not going to leave until I can find somebody who understands this issue as well as I do. But I promise you, when
I think you've made your point. We're looking for comments on the report.
that's fine, but I want to make this clear that this shows that like maybe 500 people in this entire region know anything about anything if they know
No good.
anything.
I'm
That's all I'm saying.
glad there's at least 500. Christine, did you
Wow.
have a comment?
That's not a very good number, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Davida, for your time and for this report. Couple of questions and comments. There's a slide that indicates 54 public speakers. And I wondered is that public speaking incidences or individuals? Because we certainly have had many that have taken the time and energy out of their bandwidth to show up numerous times. So I'm wondering if that is individual persons or times that the public spoke.
Those were individual people who spoke at committee and board meetings.
Okay, regardless of how many times they spoke, multiple meetings, in other words.
You know what, I may have to get back on that.
Okay. I'd like that clarity, and I think that would be valuable to understand that in all likelihood, 90% of those were speaking about the issues that Mr. Sanchez Fernandez was referring to. So I think that would be informative in the report. And
may I? So I think I can clarify, because I'm going back to here. So
Yeah.
we have two different numbers. We have the grid here that shows all of the public comments. And then I summed up on this slide here, the number of public speakers at the Transportation Improvement Program hearing for the 2 years. So the 56, that's just for the TIP hearing.
Okay.
But then if we look here, I didn't, I summed up participants for the 3916. I didn't add up here, I mean, I can do the math real quick, but the 53 public comments and the 166, those are the two figures for all of the folks who gave comment at meetings.
public comments, not speakers.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that is very low for the population that we have here. I want to reflect that the best work, in my opinion, that we saw from a really deep dive at public engagement was the non-discrimination and planning outreach that was done by Dana Lazarus. There was really like direct connectivity and a deep dive into the community by going to where the people are versus us saying, please show up Thursday at whatever time. So I want to commend TPO on that effort in the hopes that it can be replicated and set as a best practice. I also will tell you that the focus groups are a great idea, and partnering with other organizations that have that reach. However, we need to be able to again, go where the public is already gathering through those organizations and provide childcare, provide a meal when people are coming and spending their personal time. Otherwise, we just cannot possibly gather those voices. They can't meet us there. And so the only other thing I'll say, one comment, if you show that Vision Zero walk of silence, I just would like to alert the committee to beware, as I am, of the implied noun in that message. So you'll see that most there, slow down. To whom is that message directed? It is directed to system users, right? Anyone passing by, anyone driving a car, you is the inferred noun there. And so you, please slow down. When in actuality, we know that this kind of outreach and messaging does not work at all, and that the messaging should be instead directed at system designers. So this is what I call part of a large collection of expenses borne through all public outreach in transportation that basically says, dear system user, please do not use the system in the manner in which it was designed.
Right.
And so I want to be on the record as saying, like, we have to do better in that regard, and we can't just say, dear system user, because that's just next ... We are preparing in advance to blame you, system user. So then the last thing I'll say on this is that some focus groups in other communities are being afforded a small stipend so that they can continue to participate and lend their voices. And that is something that I hope we can propel.
They are.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. John, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, just a quick couple comments. So I do this for a living. I have a master's degree in urban and community design being the key portion of that. So I'm crafting simultaneously 3, 4, 5 project scopes for community engagement on infrastructure projects, planning projects, architectural projects, things that craft our built environment. And, you know, I think this is a representation of some good things. I think we do a lot of very good things. I think the Vision Zero effort, as Christine mentioned, you know, could be refined, could be better, but at least we're out there trying. I spoke at the Gulf Coast Safe Street Summit. It's a good event. You know, I think it's worth continuing, something worth investing in. But I do think that this is a very rosy perspective of how the overall picture of community engagement has been and public participation has been taking place in Hillsborough County. I don't think you can show. I don't know who that is.
They have their audio up.
It's Josh.
I'm not in. I'm not
Somebody in the room in the meeting.
It sounds like. Okay, go ahead, John.
Well, nonetheless, I think that there is, you know, a lot of information in here that is positive, but I don't see the other side of that coin, which is what Mr. Fernandez has talked about and what we've heard a lot about. Is that, and even Commissioner Cohen has mentioned this, as was mentioned, we have not done a very good job in certain arenas at all. In fact, it's been really poorly done. So to not have, any self-awareness or acknowledgement in a document like this, I think is a huge misrepresentation of the overall picture. While I do think there is a lot of good, and, if this was a more balanced and even perspective, I would support it. I think it's worth acknowledging some of the things that we've done poorly, notwithstanding just pure participation levels, right? From a representative sample, it's not great. We know that. We want to make it better. You want to make it better. I want to make it better. I think we all want to make it better. But I think without that complete picture, I can't support a document like this. I think it's just inherently misrepresenting some of the flaws that we need to show, to talk about, so that we can get better. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Josh. Nicholas, did you have a?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So my question is about other markets that are peer markets to Hillsborough. What are they doing? I look at these numbers, I think they're low as well. I think we all kind of agree to that. I'm trying to figure out if Hillsborough is uniquely low, or if it's just a government engagement thing. Who are we kind of looking at as, municipalities, counties that do it particularly well, that we can kind of figure out, what they've done well? Because I like the plan of going to places where people are, whether it's online or in person. We give a lot of money to community organizations, some of which have really large memberships. That can almost be a prerequisite, right? So you kind of agree that we're going to invest in your organization to help expand services for the community, that you help us get this message out when it's important. Just want to hear your thoughts on some of that.
So which numbers are you saying that you're specifically talking about?
You name it, whether it's YouTube video watches, whether it's public comment, engagement overall.
Okay, so for social media, so one of the things that I've heard from peers, from other NPOs, as well as other organizations, even some nonprofits, is that right now it's very competitive in social media. A lot of surveys are out there. So what we've been trying to do, that we did kind of pilot, I say kind of because we didn't do it consistently, but in the last couple of years of 2021, we did start doing targeted posts. It did gain more exposure, but it didn't produce comments. What it produced were shares, and then comments on the shares, which aren't public record. So then we don't put that in our, like, that's almost like their private information that we don't account for, but I could start maybe putting in shares as an identifier in terms of how we're reaching people. But we did see that increase. From my experience, I've worked with different nonprofits, and then again, I have my peers I've spoken to, just several across the state. It is very difficult to get people involved in government unless it's something that's specifically affecting them that they feel harms them. So unfortunately, so what that comes to my point here, welcome to the webinar. The recommendation of building a culture of awareness. So you're right, you're all right, you have said go to where they are. And so part of the strategy there would be to partner with organizations that already have people instead of us trying to get them to come to wherever we're at. But if we get people talking and get them in the know, the hope is that we start this ground game and this kind of grassroots effort where people are just more knowledgeable. So some examples I have are the city of Tampa. They're on TikTok. Their Facebook game is crazy. They're posting like 5 times a day. They do have a bigger team though that can do that. But again, if we get advocates that can be a voice for us, such as these different organizations, then that can at least help get us some momentum. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, and I'll let everyone else follow up.
And Mr. Chair, maybe I can also answer part of that question.
Let me go to Sharon.
I just wanted to be clear, and I hope this isn't stupid. When I listen to Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Wright, I understand that you're upset because of what has happened, but right now we're focusing on how we're getting the message out with this. Is that correct?
No.
Yes.
That's part of it. So the report does look at the 2 years.
That she actually was addressing a point of order.
I think Davida can answer the question.
She was addressing
I
us.
think she's asking the question, what's the purpose of the report?
That is not what she said. She said, Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Wright.
Nikki, if
Ms.
you would
Rice.
kindly just let me run the meeting, I think we'll get a whole
What
lot.
point of personal privilege when somebody addresses and states how I feel or Rick feels, and then Davida has to answer it? I would like an opportunity to follow up, please.
Davida, go ahead.
Okay, my apologies. I heard the latter part of your question as the report in terms of, I believe.
But I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding kind of really what we're focusing on. This report is primarily supposed to, we're trying to figure out how we can get more people involved and know what's happening. It's not necessarily what has already happened, correct? Or what it's saying has happened.
Yes, so we take a look at those 2 years and then we say, okay, what can we do based off of what we've seen? So if I'm verbalizing it correctly, part of what we've seen from what Mr. Fernandez and Ms.
Rice.
Right, and Ms. Acosta and Mr. Frank.
Well, in particular, the two of you have said that there are things that you saw in those 2 years that you don't see in the report in terms of the summary of the 2 years.
Well, I just saw it this week at the meeting as well.
So I think that's part of the concern is that, not necessarily recommendations, but although we've had some very good input on that, but the 2-year summary.
I think Johnny Wong wanted to jump in here, Davida, and something, Johnny?
Yeah, the takeaway of the report is 2 parts. The first part being the quantitative metrics that we use to evaluate how well we're doing. That part really isn't up for debate. You know, it's based on the data that we collect, so we show according to our data how well we're doing. The second part is the takeaway that we're presenting to you all for feedback, and those are the recommendations. So based on the fact that the recommendations exist, we know that we have things that we'd like to address and do better, right? So we're bringing this to you to show that we're making an effort to improve our engagement game. The actual 4 points that Davida mentioned, like the 4 strategies, broad strategies that we want to employ over the next 2 years to build that engagement, we have not intentionally provided a lot of detail about how we're going to make that happen. But we do know that we want to continue building a culture of awareness. We have some ideas for how we're going to do that, how we're going to improve input and productivity. We have some ideas. How those are deployed over the next 2 years is a work in progress. And again, we look to the committees and to the public to help guide our hand there. I think one of the ways that we could improve this report, at least based on the conversation, is maybe making a concerted effort to identify the challenges that we've had in communicating the details, specifically of the DTI. That seems to be a real sticking. And I think maybe we should spend quite a bit more time explaining those challenges and how we can improve next time.
All right, Ed, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, you know, in my years at Cutter, we had several times that we had an opportunity to review the whole long-range planning process and public participation process for every MPO in the state of Florida. And I will say that the Hillsborough MPO is right at the top of the list in terms of the overall quality of what they do in the way of public participation. And is it a challenge? You bet it is. You bet it is. Think about, we're all actively engaged, but think about when you're out walking in your street and your neighbors are walking their dog and you're going to try to interest them in this subject, how many of them are going to take the time to participate? Very, very few. So, I mean, I just think, you know, the MPO is constantly looking at ways to make it better. But the fact is 99.99% of the population out there is interested in going to work, coming home, their family. This isn't at the top of all the priority lists, as was said, unless it's something that specifically impacts them. So it's a huge challenge. And I think we need to recognize that. And I would just say I commend you for a job well done.
Further comments? We need to move this report along. Vicki?
I think that one of the things that's most important to understand is kind of to toggle on what Ed just said and maybe to address what your concerns were. When you're looking at, I'm going to address that first. When you're looking at statistics, it's imperative that you look at how we came to the numbers. How much money was spent? You know what I mean, to engage those people? How much time was spent on teams to engage those people? How are people's roles established inside here at the MPO that became the TPO? And as a board member, I didn't know that Pat had made that motion. Do you know how long it took to publicly let the public know that there was a thing called the MPO? And now I have to tell them there's a TPO, which goes back to Ed. The way that the Florida system is set up, and this goes back to what Nicholas was saying, was like, how do people do this better? We don't do this well in Florida, because at the end of the day, Florida really does have a system that favors development. And if you try to explain the structure to your neighbor on a walk with your dog on how transportation works, like you could start a hotline where if people have insomnia, they could call me and I could explain the transportation system and they're asleep in 5 minutes. So when we initially, and it comes back to like, well, we see this way, but this has been a long battle over this expansion. This isn't just, by the way, Sharon, but the one here, it's the whole state, okay, that they're doing these systems and then developing around it right through the Green Swamp to here. The state has overstepped. I mean, you have T-BARTA, you have TMA, you have, I mean, you could list tons of agencies. It's really confusing. I think it's really imperative that any report that says we're going to do better, who cares? Because people don't even know who you are. So how do you, when we were fighting it, we did Stop TBX. The first thing we said in that parking lot the night that we all decided this had to stop was, I was like, step one, what are these acronyms? What do they mean, right? So we had to devise a way to speak to people, and we organized thousands of people that kept, you know, you were here, like how late were we here multiple times? We had a clear message. I don't believe there's a clear message here or a solution for a clear message. It feels very disconnected from getting the public to engage. Like, I don't even want to read this report, you know what I mean? So how do you start to change that and really, if we're not a funding source, how do we start to get people to understand how projects happen?
May I?
Yeah.
So that's one of the recommendations. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound like I'm trying to say you don't know this, but I do want to just point out that the part about providing clarity about our role, that involves a lot of the stuff that you just said. And so this picture right here is an example of what could be a social media post and possibly like a short video of a staff member, or maybe some type of infographic, which infographics, by the way, are something that people really like to look at. And videos are very strong in Facebook. So,
well, we have the strongest Facebook presence regarding transportation in Tampa Bay, and that's Transit Now Tampa Bay. So you are welcome to use our website.
Yes,
okay?
I share stuff.
So you should put that in there, because you do share stuff on there. And that's the thing, you know, there is more information shared through our site than there is through the government agencies to the public.
Right.
Christine, did you have a comment?
Yes, it seems like there's some question, Davida, when a project is upcoming and there's a respective DOT that is bringing that to the community. Does the TPO just default to that organization to be the communicator? Does any of that count, or does the TPO have any responsibility for the clarity or, you know, the quality of that information?
We do share some of their projects online. I would like to defer to Johnny though, because he has a little bit more years in the game, so he may be able to give a more precise answer.
Okay.
Yeah, we definitely are put in a position where we have to defer to DOT to communicate the correct information to the public. Since we're not managing the projects, we're only privy to a very small portion of the details, from planning all the way through construction. And so whatever information they share with us, we are sure to share with you. If details are missed, well, there could be a number of reasons why details are missed, but our goal in the entire process is to make sure that what DOT provides to us is provided to the public.
Okay.
Thank you, Christine. Josh, I think we've gotten.
I just wanted to respond to Dr. Long really quickly. I think your recognizing of what we've said is pretty accurate, right? And at least my feelings is that, you know, having some sort of acknowledgement of the challenges in this report and how they can be overcome as a part of these recommendations is really important. The second thing though that I think would be really much more helpful is what those goals look like. Is it a number of participation? Is it, doubling the percentage that we've touched this year in terms of clicks or eyeballs or whatever? Setting yourself up for a set of goals and then trying to achieve that based on these recommendations is the only way we'll know they'll ever work, right? Because otherwise we're just repeating the same things. Of course, we want to, provide more clarity, but we want to do that all the time in every report and in every project. So, but how do we know that we've done that? Do we know if we've done that? If 10 out of 10 people know that TPO stands for Transportation Policy Planning Organization, or do they still call it the MPO, right? So those, to me, are two really big glaring holes in this report. So,
thank you, Jeff. I think we're going to wrap up the content. Thank you, Peter, for coming for this. I think what you heard is this committee has considered your recommendations. The devil is in the details, and I think that I would echo Josh and somewhat Nikki's comment. The more detail you can provide, the more specific plans for community outreach and public involvement you can provide and implement, the more successful the program will be. And I think the more satisfied this committee will be. Okay? With that, let me see if let me call for a motion. I think we have a motion to approve. We do not have a motion. I'd like to accept a motion to approve the report and forward it to the TPO board. Is there a motion?
Just so we can move forward on the board.
Dick Glover will make a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Don Skelton seconds. Is there further discussion? Limited.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion.
Brendel, you're right.
I'd like to amend the motion to approve to include specifically the concerns that Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Rice addressed with participation of, well, Rick can explain it probably better than I can, but I want to make sure that their concerns about the process are communicated to the board along with this report.
Okay, if I could summarize that. So your amendment.
Can I make a motion
is
to
amend the motion
Yeah.
to include the comments or shortcomings.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the amendment.
We got to deal with that first.
Let's deal with this. All right, all in favor of White Bridgel's motion, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Anyone online care to vote for the amendment? Anyone online care to vote against the amendment? My voice vote, the amendment is carried. Nikki, did you recognize?
I would like to make a motion to amend the language of the motion. Could I do that? I make a motion to, where's my Robert's Rules page when I need it? How do you phrase that?
I'm sorry.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is, because what the intent to me would have been was to obviously approve that they go forward with trying to advance this program, but that we're not approving where this is at, that we believe that there are certain things that need to be addressed prior to this coming back to the table. But, and I guess I just wasn't sure how that's going to be read, because when it goes before the board, I feel like a lot of times even public officials or people who sit on boards don't understand the intent of motions, and so they don't really pay attention. Like, well, they said okay with the amendment. It's sad, but it's true. I find that many people in politics are like, why don't you know Robert's Rules?
Okay, but let me address that.
Okay.
I think.
Because you're going to present it, right?
First of all, this action will be presented in our written report.
Okay.
So they will see the amendment. Happy to have Lloyd or even Rick review the language of the
Okay.
amendment before it goes into writing. And I will report the action of the committee which I try to do in a reasonably objective way. So I think we're trying to convey the sense that the committee has some serious reservations about what's happened in the past and how to improve.
And just clarity on how much money, I think a lot of the statistics that were used to create this, we're getting like the silver lining without looking at the total picture. Does that make sense?
I think I can provide you with, we keep a log of how we track our expenses and our time. I can provide that to you offline. if that's
Okay, okay. Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor. It's been amended. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none in the room, all in favor of approving the report and recommending it as amended to the TPO board, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed in the room?
Nay.
One nay?
I'm
Like a three.
I kind of,
How many days?
I'm kind of a nay on this. I still feel like this
Mr.
is.
Chair, can we do a
I don't
roll
trust the
call?
board.
All right, all right. There appears to be some confusion and I'm not clear, so.
I just don't trust the board if this gets pushed forward before the main board to even take the time to understand why it's imperative. This is, I think what you're doing is really important.
Gail,
Chair, point of order.
yes.
Per our rules, are we not supposed to be leaving off what people think people are gonna do, like, as far as, I don't know. It seems insulting, kind of, that people don't understand things and people aren't gonna take the time to research and understand. I think that's a little bit out of the realm of how we're supposed to be dealing with people that are taking time out of their days to be trying to improve things around here.
We'll take it. Gail, let's have a roll call vote on the motion. There seems to be,
Just like.
the chair is not clear as to what the vote was. I'd like everyone to be on record. Gail, please call the roll.
Bill Roberts,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
No.
Carolyn Brown,
No.
Hoyt Prindle,
Yes.
Miaza Morrison,
Yes.
Steve Hollenkamp, Nicole Rice,
No.
Christina Costa,
Yes.
Nicholas Glover,
Yes.
Don Skelton,
Yes.
Ed Mierzejewski,
Yes.
Sharon Gamond,
Yes.
and Josh Frank.
No.
Mr. Chair, I know I came late, but I'd like to be included in the vote.
Is that Terrence Trott?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I saw you online, but you had logged off. And Terrence, your vote?
Thank you, yes.
The motion passes 9-4.
All right. Davida, thank you very much for coming and answering our questions and making the presentation.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for all of your input.
All right. We have two remaining action items on the agenda today. The next one is a presentation by Amber Simmons on the long-range work plan.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. And can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Wonderful. I'm Amber Simmons, TPO staff, and the action item that you have before you is the fiscal year 23-24 Unified Planning Work Program. It's essentially our TPO's program of projects and budget for the next 2 years. I had presented this to you in April, or at least a preliminary draft, and you had reacted positively and have had a month to take a look at the document itself. The UPWP is updated every 2 years, and we have our major planning tasks as you see before you. This is our overall project funding, which is listed on this slide. Our primary funding comes from the FHWA planning and SU, which is Surface Transportation Block Grant. This year, the planning and FTA funds, which is the Federal Transportation Administration, are combined and are treated as if they are all planning funds. The deobligated funds that you see here are added to the fiscal year 23-24 in the total amount of $200,170. And the Commission for Transportation Disadvantaged State funds are also now included. We are pleased to report our disadvantaged business enterprise goal of the percentage of consultant projects is 14.5%. This slide gives you an overview of the UPWP, our overall funding, and we are right now on schedule to present our final work program to the board on May 11th. The slide you see here is their agency's partner request for planning and analysis. And this slide is basically the same as you had seen before, except we have included the Hillsborough County Truck Route Plan, which was received after the CAC presentation. Critical path projects, as you see here, are the same as what we had looked at previously. And our other recommended projects with our estimated cost of $1 million are also the same as what you had seen previously. From the committee recommendations, the projects which you had comment on that were contingent on additional funding have been more clearly defined with their estimated costs. And also per your recommendation, the wording has been changed to reflect potential funding rather than imply any particular funding source. These are the projects in fiscal year 22 that are in progress and will conclude in fiscal year 23. And our recommended action this morning is for you to approve the fiscal year 23-24 UPWP.
Thank you, Amber, for that summary and for the presentation. We have questions from the committee of the presentation. Yes, Josh.
I have two relatively specific questions, and so let me know if you can't answer them, and that's fine. But the first is on slide 5, you have the state's DBE goals and then the county's 2-year average at 14.5%. Is there ever any consideration from the TPO to ever up their required percentage, which I believe is 10% right now, set below the state's requirement? Seems like we're doing okay and exceeding the state's average, but is there ever any thought process or review to up that percentage, either based off of the 2-year average as it's shown, or based off of the board's desire to increase that for more diverse participation? It seems like 10% is really kind of low for a requirement, as we are. Have we ever considered upping that to 20%, something along those lines?
Amber, do you have a comment?
Sure, I will attempt to comment for you. So I know that our TPO goes by the state goal, but it has been our goal to exceed the state average. And I know it has been a concerted effort of us to include the disadvantaged business enterprises whenever it is possible and feasible, and of course makes sense to do so. If there's any of our other teammates that have a little more insight onto this, they're welcome to comment as well.
Chair, I see Beth Alden.
Oh, Beth, you're recognized.
Thank you. And Amber was correct in what she stated. I just wanted to clarify that the statewide procedure for all of the MPOs in the state of Florida is to support the statewide disadvantaged business enterprise goal. The MPOs in Florida receive their federal funds through Florida DOT, and so the reporting back about DBE participation gets rolled up in the statewide numbers. And so that is the goal for all MPOs in the state of Florida as part of the statewide program. But Amber is correct in stating that we seek to exceed that goal.
Is that, Beth, is that a formal desire to exceed that goal? Does Hillsborough County have the ability to set a higher percentage than the state? Or is that sort of a expectation that we are hoping to exceed that goal?
I honestly don't know. As I said, this is a statewide policy that has to do with grants administration. And so the official goal is going to be the statewide DBE goal.
Okay. Well, I think just, this is an open question because I don't know the answer either. I'd like to see that be raised. I think, 10% is great. 20% sounds better. I'm working on projects where it's 20% in New York State and some other places, and it does benefit those disadvantaged businesses to a greater extent. So just personally, I'd like to see that looked at, whether that's a process that we have to undertake or what that looks like, I don't know.
Josh, while we have Beth on the line about that issue, let me just ask, is there any prohibition on our local MPO setting goals greater than the state goals?
Yes.
You can certainly direct staff that, internally we'd like to achieve something higher than the statewide goal.
Well, that's probably not related to the UPWP, but I saw it, thought it was worth asking. Sure. And my second very specific question, and thank you for that answer, is for the one specific project listed under the corridor studies, one being Sly, Armenia to Nebraska. I live a few blocks north of Sly, sort of near Nebraska there at that intersection. It would make more sense to me to extend that to, say, 15th Street. There's a lot of momentum with the city of Tampa and the Green Spine and some other projects on 15th. And I know that intersection at Sly in Nebraska personally backs up and has terrible timing, and it's just frankly dangerous in a lot of different ways. So I would hope that, I don't know if it's possible to amend the scope of some of these at this point in time, but I would hope that corridor specifically be looked at from Armenia to 15th Street and not end at Nebraska. That's my only other comment. You don't have to answer that one.
Ever any comment? Okay. Any other comments or questions from the committee? Rick Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Amber, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sure you'll be shocked to hear this question coming from me. The I-270.
We're never shocked by a question from you.
Well, I'm trying. I'm reaching for shock. I haven't gotten there yet. I'm sorry. I'll try harder. I-275 conversion study on the TPO recommended project list. First, okay, you're trying to get there. There you go. Good job. First of all, thank you for breaking out the cost estimate and phasing the project. My question is, where does the $150,000 noted as the price point for phase one, where did that come from?
That came, we had done some research and I was provided that number. I apologize, I don't have the specific source of where that $150,000 came from. I asked for. Mm-hmm.
And to be clear, my question is not the source of the 150, but from where did the estimate of 150 come? Well, how was that number derived? Was there some actual analysis that took place to come up with that figure, or just kind of a wild ass kind of guess? Excuse my French.
I believe it came from some information that our staff may have had been provided previously. I'm not sure. Again, if there's staff that knows a little bit more about this, this might be helpful.
Mr. Chair, I can answer that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. We had gotten a scope of work and budget estimate from Sam Schwartz for a phase one earlier, and I'm pretty sure that Rich Clarendon previously provided that to the CAC members. So that is based on the information that you've seen in the past.
Okay, I don't recall ever seeing that. I remember some rumor about Sam Schwartz being involved in the discussion, but certainly not a breakout, and no understanding whatsoever as to what phase one might actually entail in terms of a study. I think the idea was a feasibility study. That was what was approved by the board in 2019. So I have no problem with this just generally being here in black and white on the document. But I wonder if we could move it forward as a member interest. Because I do think one of our members last time even asked for an update on the Boulevard project. If we could have something more detailed as to what phase one would entail for $150,000 and what it is you're currently thinking a feasibility study might actually look like. I'll shut up. Thank
We
you.
can find, I'm pretty sure that's been previously provided, but I'll dig that up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions on the report? This is an action item. We're being asked to see the presentation and recommend to the TPO board the approval of the long-range transportation plan. And they're looking to approve the report and forward it on. And UPWP.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I did have one question.
We get a second and then we'll go to discussion. Ed made a motion, Rick Fernandez second. Christine, you have a question?
Yes, hi Amber. I wonder on your, the slide that was just before this one, the CSX, mentioning the CSX, there were 4 bullets to it. My question with the CSX, here we go. The intercity rail planning potential funding source. Would you happen to know if that includes the CSX corridor feasibility study that would be rail and trail, or just rail, or is that yet to be defined?
To my knowledge, it's yet to be defined.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair, for the last minute question.
That's fine. Other discussion on the motion? Anyone online have a question or a comment on the motion? All right, hearing none, we'll try this on a voice vote. Yes, Nicole.
I do have one question in regards to, go back one slide, please.
In regards to what?
Just go back to the slide we were just on.
11.
Oh.
Here. Okay, so it's hard to take that even serious with phase one being 150K when I'm looking at, because I'm sitting here, I've just been going through multiple numbers that just the basic proposals to even study an interchange as a minute safety fix or 200K, 500K on projects specifically in the tip for candidates and projects. I'm trying to find the one I just circled. I apologize, you guys. Okay, just a segment for Vision Zero. And this isn't even a full study of looking at the reconnection of neighborhoods down an entire spine. An application was even submitted for 200K to look at Cabana to MLK in Hillsborough. So when I see that number where there's no funding, is there even have you guys even put in for a application for grant funding?
These grant fundings that we are looking at currently are not yet released.
Okay, because there's ones that are in the tip, but I'm asking on this though, for phase one at 150K. I just, that number seems, I don't know. I'm just kind of baffled by that.
Well, that's why we're asking for more.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm looking right now, even here, like with the applications that are submitted for future projects are much higher than that are minute in comparison.
What's your question?
Is there a question?
I guess it's just a comment that
Seems very low.
It seems very, very low, and it seems like almost dismissive in a sense, because we've been asking for this for a long time.
Okay, good observation. So, yes, Aaron.
Is there somebody on the line that can tell us if that 150K is phase one of the study instead?
Amber, did you hear the question?
It is.
I did hear the question, and I do not know the answer to that.
Maybe Beth Alden knows. Ms. Alden?
So I know we have some folks who are new to the committee since we started looking into this and since the The board took the committee's recommendation to include this study in the Unified Planning Work Program, and then subsequently took it back out again, but stated that they would look at it in following years. So that's where we are on the study. It is something that the board heard the CAC about, but just put on hold for the moment. I think the CAC had previously asked, well, could the study be phased so that we could get started on it? And that's why we got a cost estimate and a scope of work for a phase 1 to get started on it. It was not prioritized by the board that year, because the question is, with our existing budget, $150,000 is a significant amount of money in our current budget. And if we're not able to go all the way through the full study, which could be $1 million, then should the resources be better spent on other things that the board prioritized, like the school areas study that's underway now. There's some other studies that you've seen underway. And so, the decision was made by the board to focus the limited resources that we have on some other things. What we're suggesting to you is that with this new grant program that's been created in the federal bipartisan infrastructure law, that we have an opportunity to chase the funding for that full larger study. So I'm not suggesting that we would apply just for $150,000. Because then we're going to run right back into the same problem that we were in before of how do you get the full analysis done. You had asked Amber for the cost estimates for these other recommended projects, and that's what she's provided for you on the slide.
Josh,
Beth, I'm a little confused now, and I hesitate to weigh in on this topic because of conflict of interest reasons. But the phase 1 150K is, my understanding is that's what the commitment is right now, notwithstanding the Reconnecting Communities Act funding, or is that a match? Or are you planning to, once the funding becomes released and you can see what the maximum amount per thing is, to go after the maximum amount? That's or somewhere in between one of those answers. I'm just trying to figure out exactly how that is going to work. And I'm sure you are too.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We don't know right now because they have not released what the funding opportunity looks like. Like, what are they going to prioritize? What are typical grant award sizes going to look like? Funding versus, I don't think there's implementation on this one. Anyway, we'll need to look at the details of the program before we decide, exactly what we can go after, and obviously we're going to do our best to try to bring some funding back to this community.
So just to answer maybe Ms. Rice's question, it may end up being significantly more than 150K. We just don't know exactly what the cap is that we can pursue.
That's right, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the motion? What was called the question. Let's try to do this by a voice vote. All in favor of the motion to move this on to the TPO board, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Anyone online voting for the motion?
I'm voting for. This is Stephen Hollenkamp.
Carolyn Brown, I'm voting for.
Thank you. Anyone opposed? Online? Anyone online opposed? All right, I believe the motion passed.
Just a point of quick interest, based off my comment for the DBE requirements, I'd like to ask if staff could take a look at that for us and come back to us and let us know what potential avenues there are to increase that percentage that's required and what that would look like.
Okay, the motion passes and your request is recognized to get further information on the DEP requirements. All right, thank you, committee. The next, Amber, thank you very much for the presentation and the information.
Thank you.
All right, committee, the next item on our agenda is the TPO apportionment plan. Dr. Wong, I'm sorry, Elizabeth Watkins is going to do that.
Good morning. Let me get my PowerPoint queued up. Are you seeing my screen or the note slide?
The note slide.
Okay. All right. Let me minimize this. Great. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Watkins. I'm with the TPO staff and here today to seek your feedback on the TPO membership apportionment plan.
Welcome.
So a little bit about the apportionment plan. What exactly is it? Well, the apportionment plan is a document that outlines the geographic planning area and the voting membership of an MPO or TPO board. Why is this required? Well, it's required both in federal and state law. Federal law requires that any urbanized area over 50,000 in population have an MPO to represent that urbanized area in those transportation decisions. Additionally, within state statute, it requires that MPOs review that membership apportionment after each decennial census. So this was done about 10 years ago in response to the 2010 census, and it's gone on for the probably the past 30 or 40 years. And now it's our time since we now have population estimates from the 2020 census. So with the direction of the policy committee, there were three main considerations to inform different voting membership scenarios. The first of which is the importance of coordination and compliance with government and the Sunshine Law. As you can imagine, often elected officials and agencies from transportation operators need to meet to discuss transportation projects and policies. Technically, if those two people sit on the TPO board and they're going to discuss those topics, those would need to be publicly noticed and held in account with the government and the Sunshine Law. It was for this reason, 10 years ago, that state statute was changed to require that the Florida Department of Transportation no longer serve in a voting capacity on MPO boards, but be in a non-voting technical advisory role so that they could coordinate seamlessly and also be in compliance with state statute. The second consideration that the policy committee wanted staff to consider was accountability to residents. It could be perceived that those officials that serve on an MPO or TPO board that are not elected but are appointed or in a staff role could potentially be less accountable to residents. We took a look at 17 different MPOs across the state to identify what their different voting memberships look like, specifically with what percentage of elected officials represent the MPO board vote. And we found that Hillsborough County was a bit of an outlier at 63% of the MPO's vote comes from elected officials, while the vast majority, I think 14 out of 17, had over 90% elected official representation in that voting membership. The last consideration was population growth. About 70% of the population in Hillsborough County makes up the unincorporated, 70% of the Hillsborough County population resides in the unincorporated county. So based on those three factors, there were three different scenarios that the policy committee discussed. The first was to retain voting membership from appointed and elected officials on the MPO board. The second scenario was to just have elected officials as voting members. And then the third scenario was just elected officials from jurisdictional governments. And the policy committee preferred that second scenario to only have elected officials serve as voting members. So that would include representation from Hillsborough County, City of Tampa, Temple Terrace, Plant City, and the school board. The remaining organizations that those appointed officials or staff would potentially serve as a non-voting technical advisor. similar to the position of FDOT, and still, of course, have an important role in providing information to the decision makers and the elected officials on the TPO board when they need it the most as they're making decisions. This slide just briefly shows, again, what I was referencing about the population growth. So as you can see on this far right section of the chart, in the 2020 population, 69% of the population resides in unincorporated Hillsborough County. We're suggesting, and you'll see in this next slide what that voting membership looks like, but to increase the voting seats for unincorporated Hillsborough County to 7 to try to close that gap a little bit, while City of Tampa, Plant City, and Temple Terrace are closer than unincorporated Hillsborough County. So this is the slide that I will pause and get some feedback on from the CAC. But before I pause there, let me quickly orient you to it. So on the far right is the status quo vote. So that is the voting membership today of the TPO board. And then in the highlighted column under proposed votes is the scenario that is described in the draft apportionment plan. So the two major changes, which I've already described, increases the votes for Hillsborough County from 5 to 7. And then again, for those agencies that have appointed officials or staff, they would then become non-voting technical advisors. So it changes the total vote count to 13, which is allowable in state statute. And yeah, so those are the two main changes. And I'd love to pause there to seek your feedback. Again, this is just a draft. We are going to be bringing this to the TPO board on May 11th for their consideration, and we'll be reporting back. We'll be reporting to the TPO board the feedback from all the committees. So, Chair, if I could pause there and get any feedback so I can take notes to share with the board next week.
Questions, Josh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start by saying I've been banging the table for this sort of analysis for a very long time. And so I'm very pleased to see the report in front of us today. Thank you, staff, for listening to me and to the board who have talked about this for a long time. I think there's two things that I want to point out that I'm just going to echo some of the findings of the policy committee, I think, but I think it's important for the board to recognize just what we're looking at here. I think this is fairness. We've seen in a lot of ways two things from our status quo on the board. One is unaccountability, as was mentioned. I can't get a meeting with Joe Lopano, the CEO of the airport. I can't meet with the port-appointed president. I can't meet with the THEA-appointed president. They're unelected officials. So to have them on a board, not only voting for things that impact all of us, but impact themselves directly, I think it is improper. So I'm really happy to see that this is the direction that the policy committee has taken, because we don't have a way of re-electing somebody different with a different mindset for any of those positions. They're governor appointed for the most part. The second part is what I mentioned in terms of bias and conflict of interest. I don't think it's fair to have a member of the Expressway Authority voting on a tip that includes funding for the Expressway Authority. I just don't think that was the intention of the MPOs when they were created from state statute. And I don't think that's the intent of having a board with a tip process to begin with. That is the last stop, the citizen sounding board. The elected officials have the ability to do that. So those are two really important points that I think this is really good governance and good reform shown on this slide right here. So I'm enthusiastically supporting of this initiative. I would hope that the board would too eventually. And so I'm just really excited to see this in front of us. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Josh, Nikki?
Yeah, when I opened my pamphlet today and I saw this, I almost cried. Because this is why everybody thinks it's just about the habit, but it's not. It's been about the lack of accountability, that even if people who live through our representation get new representation, it's always wiped out that's the needs of those who receive funding for those projects. And we are the only TPO Well, others are still called MPO that has done this, and this was done years ago. And if you speak to Linda Salcena, who at the time voted for that and claimed it was the worst vote she ever made in her career. And we've been trying to hope that we could re-engineer it to be like every other MPO or TPO. There's this fairness, and I cannot thank you and Beth and everyone here, Planning Commission, for taking this serious. This is fair governance. Keep in mind what they call shareholders. You know, citizens are shareholders, but the major shareholders are the ones that you're seeing here. Okay, because they're the ones who are receiving. Everybody gets upset about certain budgets, but if you want to see huge numbers, open up and look at the aviation budget. It's mind blowing. Yeah, it's great. I really hope that this can move forward, and if this is accomplished, I feel like I've done something for once, something actually happened in life for realsies.
Other comments or questions on the report? Anders?
Yeah, I just would point out that I think all of these agencies do have representation by elected officials. You know, at the Expressway Authority, both the mayor and the county commission have representation on their board. So they're not, I mean, although they're not totally elected officials, they do have representation of elected officials. I'd also point out in the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 450.310, Metropolitan Planning Organization Designation. It says that each MPO that serves the TMA, when designated or redesignated, shall consist of local elected officials, officials of public agencies that administer or operate major modes of transportation. So the Code of Federal Regulations, actually, I think our state statutes are not totally, our state statutes say may, whereas the federal Code of Federal Regulations says shall. And, you know, I guess I'm questioning whether Josh was actually asked to have a meeting with Joe Lopano or Greg Slater or any other people. I suspected he'd have. I don't know, but I suspected they would be willing to meet with him. I don't know that. And the other thing is, you know, you've got 4 or 5 people sitting on that board who have huge levels of expertise in transportation in general, and I would think their voices would be welcome.
If I may just respond, Chair. Briefly. I have, you know, but I'm privileged to be appointed to a position where I can maybe even make that ask. For the average person, they don't even know Joe Lopano is the CEO of the airport. And the airport may have board representation from elected officials, but it's advisory. It's not the final say. Most of the time, it's the CEO of the airport or their spokesperson sitting at the table for the vote at TPO meetings. That is not an elected official. That is someone who is unaccountable, who can vote different from their board, can vote different from their advisory committees. And so to me, from a pure good governance standpoint, this is the best way to go about doing that. And it's not different than having DOT at the table without a vote as they exist now. The other small point I just wanted to make is that they will still be at the table. All those expertise from DOT, from THEA, from the airport will still be a technical advisor sitting at the table informing the elected officials based off of their best practices and their budgets and those sorts of considerations. They just won't have a vote because there's nobody who can change that vote outside of that one individual person who's appointed in most cases by the government. I think that's the best way to go about it.
Boyd, did you have a comment?
Yes, I just want to echo the benefits that everybody's talked about with this plan. I do want to address the sunshine bit for a second and how that really affects the ability of the TPO both to get good advice and to be good stewards of our community. Just as we have the problem in here that all of us that sit on this board, if I want to go talk to Josh Frank about something that happens with 275, I'm committing a sunshine law violation. If one of the county commissioners, say Commissioner Kemp or Commissioner Cohen, wants to ask questions about something going on at the airport or something going on at the Expressway Authority, there is a significant amount of gray areas in terms of whether they can even pick up the phone and call over there without committing a sunshine violation. And so having these particular entities have votes on the board, I think if you look at it from a holistic view, is really more of a negative than a positive, right? As everybody else has discussed, it comes down to representation. And, you know, we are one of the few MPOs in the country where essentially state appointed authorities can overrule the local elected officials' determinations with a very minimal vote spread. I mean, if you go look at TPOs around the country, you know, you might have some state agencies or local agencies, but you're talking about 3 or 4 on a board of 25, right? We have a particular MPO where the appointeds from the state actually exercise outsized influence compared to almost anywhere else in the country. So I think we get both the benefit of, as everybody else has said, of returning the power and control to the local elected officials who are accountable to the local voters, which was the intent of the TPO. But it also allows the elected officials then, when these particular individuals are not sitting on the board with them, to be able to get insight and access to things going on in the community that will help inform their votes that they don't have right now. So to me, this is an excellent plan that I think it touches, well, maybe it's an excellent plan that to me, there's really no downside. And Ed's concern about the CFR, but that's why we have lawyers here to look at these things. So I would enthusiastically encourage everyone to vote for these changes.
Other comments? Any comment from anyone online? Monthly report? Nikki, do you have a further comment?
I did. I just wanted to see, Elizabeth, would you show the slide if you don't, mind? It shows the difference between us and other MPOs in the state of Florida, please.
Absolutely.
So like earlier, one of the questions I thought that was really interesting and didn't fully, I feel like, get addressed was when Nicholas was asking like, what are people doing different than us? And we basically gave up our constituency power here when we made these changes years ago. So we have more state hands here in Florida, because you can see on this slide. And do you know the exact order of that vote? What year was that vote? Or was it about 10? Was it 10 or what years
I believe
ago?
it's 2012, 2013.
Okay. So it had always been the other way previous, where there was representation. So.
Any other questions of the presentation or comments? This is an action item on our agenda, being asked to review and recommend the report to the TPO board. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
The motion, Karen Schwab,
Second.
From John.
Come on, man. Banging the table for this for
Right.
Steal from.
You get the credit for this. Any further discussion on the motion?
I'm sorry, Chair, can you please reiterate who was the second?
Josh Frank?
And Terrence Tratt was the original motion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone online have any further discussion on the motion to approve the recommendation? All right, we'll do this one by voice vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. I think we'll do a roll call vote. Gail, if you would kindly call a roll for the motion, please.
Bill Roberts,
No?
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Carolyn Brown,
No.
Hoyt Prindle,
Yes.
Miaza Morrison,
Yes.
Stephen Hollenkamp,
Yes.
Nicole Rice,
Yes.
Christina Costa,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Nicholas Glover,
Yes.
Don Skelton,
No.
Ed Mrzewski,
No.
Sharon Gamond,
Yes.
Terrence Trott,
Yes.
Josh Frank.
Yes.
The motion passes 10-4.
All right. Thank you, committee members. Terrence, you ready?
Just an observation on the presentation with the black background. It's really print intensive. If you're going to print it, it's just an area of opportunity possibly to save a buck or two. It's a lot of ink.
Yeah.
Also not ADA.
Elizabeth, thank you for the presentation and the information. Glad that we've approved the report. Nicole?
Chairman, is it appropriate to ask if the nays are representing any of the entities that would be removed from voting capacity?
I'm sorry.
Is it appropriate to record if the nay votes are representing any of the agencies which would be removed from voting capacity and just put in advisory capacity?
I think it's appropriate, but you have a list of.
May I make a motion to identify that the nays were from entities representing, because that, but it is a citizens committee, but they're representing.
Yeah, I think.
Is that
What
possible?
you're asking, to the people who voted no, mind identifying who appointed them to the.
Yeah, I'm just
citizens advisory.
curious.
I have no objection to that. Terrence?
I would say that all the yeses should identify
Okay.
where they're representing them as well.
That's fine.
Mr. Chair, I think it's inappropriate to segment.
Yeah, I think the membership of the committee is printed, it's available for you, take a look at it. If you want to know and bring it up at the next meeting, I think that's fine. I mean, I don't mind telling people I was appointed by the Aviation Authority.
Right.
I voted no, so. All right, our next item on our agenda is the two status reports. Before we move into those, I would like to insert in the agenda a request that I've received from TBARDA. TBARDA, as you know, is our regional transit authority. It is requested for those members of this committee who are so inclined on a voluntary basis to support the funding for TBARDA that is pending as a result of the legislative action. The legislature approved two funding bills for TBARDA. One is for transportation disadvantaged folks at $1 million. The second is an operating budget item for $375,000. These items are sitting on the governor's desk. There is some concern that the governor, for any number of reasons unbeknownst to me, might veto these items. And TBARDA has asked if any of you would care to communicate your desire for the funding to be approved on behalf of TBARDA. If you would like to do that, feel free to communicate to Johnny Wong. I will provide him the information. You could do so on your own schedule, but this is a fairly timely item because the budget will be going to the governor, we suspect in the next week or 10 days, and that decision will be made. So having said that, let's move on to the status reports. And the first one is the Live, Grow, Thrive report, the Tampa Comprehensive Plan update.
Yes, hi there. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alvaro Gabaldon. I'm with the Planning Commission, specifically with the team working with the City of Tampa to update their comprehensive plan. The sort of theme of this effort is Live, Grow, Thrive. and the time horizon for this comp plan update is 2045. So this is just a status report. This presentation is what we've gone to the public with. We've gone to various neighborhood associations and are working with the city of Tampa to address CRAs and other groups of neighborhood leaders to talk about this update. So it's just a brief description of the Planning Commission on this slide, but I'll just get into the meat. So a comprehensive plan is a long-range plan that sets visions and goals for a city's future. So this includes policies and maps like future land use map, zoning, etc. And this slide shows just the cover of our current city plan. So comprehensive plan interacts with the zoning and land development code and with site development to basically inform the built structures around you. And that's why it's important to participate in this update effort. So within the plan, you can find sections that specifically talk about land use, mobility, infrastructure and housing, environments, among other sections that have policies related to these topics. And so basically Live, Grow, Thrive is our first phase of public outreach for this update. The city and the Planning Commission and the TPO have done a lot of studies over the last 2 or 3 years that have had robust outreach that we're building off of. So this first phase is really about collecting the main ideas that the three, I guess, agencies have heard from the public in a consistent way throughout the studies listed here. Just as an example, the non-discrimination and equity plan, which we discussed earlier with Davida, the Resilient Tampa plan, Tampa Moves, and you can see It's Time Tampa Bay is providing data for our efforts in this update as well. And so this is just a brief summary of the numbers that that we've collected across these efforts thus far. So, you know, just a rough estimate of over 6,000 survey respondents across these efforts are informing the ideas that we're presenting today in our Live, Grow, Thrive update. So this is just a flow chart of where we are. So as I mentioned, we've taken previous plans and outreach and we've sort of summarized them into vision themes. So right now we're gathering public input on those vision themes. We're going to update the plan's vision with those themes, and we're going to go to City Council with our revised comprehensive plan vision in early summer. And so without further ado, these are the themes that we overwhelmingly see the public give us feedback about across these previous studies. So creating a sense of place and community, reinforcing a mix of uses along streets, housing and transportation choices is obviously a very popular bit of feedback that we get. So, you know, we've divided these ideas into the broader buckets of Live, Grow, Thrive. And so here's a timeline of what our plans are. Like I said, we're going to go to City Council in early summer. In the fall, we're going to be tackling the water-related sections of the comprehensive plan. We're working concurrently with a consultant to do a future land use assessment, which will be completed in the winter, and spring 2023 we'll be diving into mobility. So the big reason why I'm here today, I appreciate having a bit of your time on your agenda, is I would really love for everybody here to go to the Live, Grow, Thrive website or scan the QR code with your phone and take our survey, where we are again collecting feedback on those ideas that I briefly touched on a couple seconds ago. And please share this with your neighbors, you know, to whatever extent you can. Just appreciate every effort we can to get people's voices and perspectives represented in this phase of outreach. If anybody has any specific questions, my name was Alvaro Gabaldon. I'm a planning analyst with the Planning Commission. These are the project managers. Contact information: Jen Malone, Stephen Benson from the City of Tampa, and Melissa Dickens, also from the Planning Commission. So again, just please visit our website, Live, Grow, Thrive 2045. If not, you know, you could go to the Plan Hillsborough website. You should be able to find it from there. It's a 4-minute survey. It's 10 questions. and appreciate everybody's time. So if there are any questions of your own or comments, you know, I'm open for that now.
That summary on the comprehensive plan. Are there questions from the committee on the presentation of the comp plan in general? I don't see any in the room. Does anyone online have a question or a comment? Let's all be sure to take the survey. All right.
All right, thanks so much.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Look forward to hearing from you soon. All right, committee, the next item on our agenda is the TIP priorities update. John is going to do this one. I'm hearing someone's audio on someone's computer. I don't know where it's coming from, but it's someone I think in the room. Thanks. Johnny, go ahead.
Johnny Wong, TPO staff, and I'm the TIP project manager here today to provide you with a Lightspeed overview of the TIP preliminary draft. Every year we bring this to you at least twice. First to give you kind of like a primer for how to understand the TIP. We already managed that task at a workshop that we hosted a couple weeks back. So rather than getting into the details of what the TIP is and why the TIP exists, I'm just gonna spend most of my time conveying the details of the projects.
Excuse me, Johnny.
Yes.
We are not able to see your screen, your slides online.
All right, let me see if I can fix that.
I won't say that was my design. While Johnny's
Hey,
making
Mike, my finger's too big to press this button. I was wondering if you'd come in here and give me a hand. No pun intended. All right, while they get that sorted out, the presentation is available online, so I'll go through the details with you without the benefit of the slides to the folks on the dialing in virtually. The TIP is, I'll be very brief on the details. The TIP is a 5-year document, provides somewhat more specific project details for projects that are funded over the next 5-year period. There are a ton of recommendations or requirements that apply to the TIP, and the TPO is very cautious about ensuring that we meet all of those requirements. There are quite a few projects in the TIP, and the TIP is organized into 3 tables, and I'll go through them kind of in chronological order, explaining what comes first. So TIP table 3 is a list of projects that have funding for projects to move forward this coming year. In terms of chronological order, these are the first because they're happening this year when the document is approved. Next is TIP table 1. Forgive me for being a little complicated. TIP table 1 is a list of projects that have been elevated to the stature of priorities. Priority meaning that based on TPO evaluation, we believe that they make an impact on an urgent community need. So these are highly desirable projects. They have funding attached to them for construction. Doesn't necessarily have to be this year. It could be programmed for any year within the next 5. However, construction funding has been set aside, so we know that these projects will move forward. And then last, but table 2 is a list of projects that they're requesting funding to move forward. So these are projects that have been submitted to the TPO. We do an evaluation on them, calculate the benefits, we rank them in order of which has the greatest benefits, and then we prioritize them. So we work with the agencies that submitted these requests to find funding to move these projects forward. A couple things to note as you're trying to decode the TIP are that projects in table 3, the TPO exercises very little power over these. Most of the projects listed in table 3 are funded through local funds from the local governments, and the TPO doesn't control those, so we don't have much say over project details or anything like Once we have created a priority list, we work with the governments to find suitable sources of funds. We're all very excited that the infrastructure bill included money for a number of projects that may not have been funded before. One of those that we discussed this morning in the UPW presentation was funding to move that Boulevard convergence study forward. Drag this out of here. Okay, no further ado. So table 1 is a list of projects that were formally listed on table 2 as priorities. So we believe that they have a real value to the community. Every year, this list is updated in 2 ways. First, if a project has completed its construction and is done, we will delete it off the list. And the second part is that there are a number of additions. So projects that have construction funding for this very next year or programmed over the next 5 get added to the list. So some of the notable projects that we will be adding to table 1 this year are phase 2B of the Green Spine, a safety project on Dale Mabry from Mango Ave to Pearl Ave, a safety project on Fowler from I-275 to I-75, another safety project on Twigs from Ashley to Nebraska. I believe that Selman Greenway is a trailhead from 17th to 19th. Cross Bay Ferry operational funds, that's a waterborne transit project connecting downtown Tampa to St. Pete. Funding for the West Shore Interchange early works was adopted by a TIP amendment in October of 21. So now that construction funding exists, it will be added to table 1. The DTI, and then lastly, I believe that's section 4, if I'm not mistaken, of TV Next, I-275 from MLK to Hillsborough.
No, that's
Is that 7? Okay.
4 is West Shore.
These are the highlighted ones that you're.
So not exactly. The highlighted ones are projects that we need to follow up with the agencies to see what the status is. So we meet with the agencies regularly throughout the TIP process, and we ask them on several occasions if the projects are completed. Some of them have not provided all the details, so the ones that are highlighted are kind of flagged as a note to myself that they require some sort of follow-up. You'll see that on a number of these, construction was programmed back in 2020, 2019, 18, and some even on 17. We were not informed that they were completed, and I didn't feel right sending my team to drive out there to investigate. So I just flagged those to make sure we ask the agencies if they're done.
It's a little confusing. What is it that's highlighted? Yellow or
The yellow.
Okay.
Yeah. On this page is a great example. Safe Routes to School candidate projects. Some of them had construction program for 2020. Those projects are very small in scope, so I imagine that they were complete, but I'm going to wait on the agencies to inform me on whether or not that's the case.
Is there any indication of what's new then on this one?
I don't know that we shaded these other than just that list that I provided right here. This list of Green Spine 2B, Dale Mabry, Fowler, Twigs, Selman Greenway, Cross Bay Ferry Ops, West Shore, DTI, and I-275. It's kind of important to note that this list is still evolving. Up until an hour before this meeting, I was receiving emails for project details to change or projects to be added. So we do our very best to get you the most current information, but those who have been through this process know that we're regularly updating the documents on the website. Even this, which was mailed out to you about a week ago, it's changed since then. Nothing significant, but the details, the way that the projects are described have changed. This table is included in your packet as well. For those who are in the room, in the handouts, this table is stapled to the agenda, so you should have that to review. So I will scroll through and move on to table 2 now. Table 2 is broken down. Well, all the projects that are included in table 2 again are like priorities. We have evaluated them based on the data that we have and ranked them according to the anticipated performance benefit. The way that we organize these projects is based on some criteria that apply to one of 5, 6 with an asterisk categories. The first of those categories is state of good repair and resilience. most of the projects that get placed into this category are infrastructure maintenance. So a lot of pavement maintenance, pavement rehab, bridge rehab, transit asset maintenance are included in here. This year we've made a little bit of a tweak. We're soliciting priority requests for bridges from our partners, and we received 3 this year. Only one of them shows up in the state of good repair category. The other 2 are included in a major projects category, which represents that the cost of those is prohibitive for the TPO. We don't have enough funds to move those projects forward. So the one of the 3 bridges that we do have the ability to move forward is Bayshore Boulevard seawall reconstruction. So we included it in this investment category. The requests that we received this year that are new are bus replacements for HART, bus maintenance midlife overhaul, bus stop capital repairs, T-BARTA van pool operations, and the Bayshore Boulevard seawall reconstruction. The second category of Table 2 are safety projects. The brand for our safety projects is Vision Zero. So everything that appears on here, we believe has a safety benefit. The new projects that were added to the list this year are 2 intersection projects on Hillsborough Ave, one at Sawyer Road and one at Town Country Boulevard. Another safety project on Lois Ave from Cleveland to Boy Scout Boulevard. Several intersection improvements on 301, one at US 301 and Palm River Road, 3 on US 301 from Harney to Stacy and McIntosh Roads, Mango Road from MLK to US 92, Lynn Turner Road from Ehrlich to Gun Highway, 78th Street from Causeway Boulevard to Palm River Road, North 15th Street from Fowler to Fletcher Ave, Fletcher Ave from Armenia to Nebraska, another intersection project on 301 at Sims Road, County Road 39 at Lithia Pinecrest, a Complete Street project on Havana from MLK to Hillsborough, Azeel Street from Dale Mabry to Armenia, Bird Street from Florida to Nebraska, 15th Street from Lake Ave to Palm, Manhattan from Gandy to Euclid, Sheldon from Hillsborough to Waters Ave, and McDill from Bay to Bay to Kennedy. So on this slide, there's not a ton of detail. There's significantly more detail on the handout for Table 2. We did our best to include a description of what the projects actually include. And if you look at the red font, that gives you an indication of the most current status. So as you're flipping through Table 2, you'll see little notes that for example, additional coordination is needed. That could mean that before the TPO recommends funding for that project, some additional details need to get sorted out regarding implementation timeframe or the amount of money being requested or what phase is seeking to be funded. If there are applications that are incomplete, we've also made note of that in red font, and it's too late for the agencies to submit an application for funding this year, but it's their very advanced notification that they need to complete that by next year if they want funding for those projects. Also in column F, in red font, you will see the amount that we're recommending to program for these projects this coming year. Some of the projects that we're recommending that the TPO board allocate funds to are bus replacements, T-BARTA van pool operations, Bayshore Boulevard seawall reconstruction, let's see, Hillsborough Ave at Sawyer Road and Town and Country intersection improvements. You can spend time reading through the red font on the list, but the information about which projects we're recommending to move forward is included in column F. The third investment category is smart cities. These are projects that will improve reliability on the roadway, travel time reliability that is. They could impact freight reliability. So you may see projects like a way station, which is included in Table 3, projects that reduce congestion. Many of these are intersection improvements, could be two-way left turns or signal replacements or signal upgrades. Those are the common types of projects that are categorized in the smart cities investment category. Some of the new projects that we added this year, 3 of them are actually sophisticated smart cities, and I mean technology-oriented projects. One was submitted to us by the city of Tampa. It's for downtown signal replacements and some bridge control technology. HART submitted a request for a fiber optic ring around jurisdictions that better helps them track buses and the arrival and departure times. And there were a number of requests for signal replacements on county-owned roads that are running through the city of Tampa boundaries. 2 on Cypress, 1 at Armenia and 1 at Howard Ave. Henderson at San Rafael and Lois Ave. Havana at Columbus, Himes at Gandy Boulevard, and then 2 on Manhattan, 1 at El Prado and the other at Beta Bay, and then lastly Church at Beta Bay. The next investment category is real choices when not driving. These are typically multi-use trail, bike, sidewalk, or transit operations projects. This year we made a small tweak to the real choices when not driving. As you saw from my previous slide, we received an overwhelming number of safety projects. And most of those have a very small chance of being funded because they're located on roads that don't have a significant crash history. So for any of those safety projects that scored below 3 fatalities and injuries per mile, those would end up at the bottom of the Vision Zero list. But to give them a shot at even getting funding, we moved those down to the real choices when not driving category, because although the safety benefits weren't there, there are benefits to connecting the network. So a lot of these projects that I'm going to discuss now are multimodal improvements. They may be sidewalk improvements, filling sidewalk gaps. And the new ones are at 109th Ave from Nebraska to 30th Street, Ashley Drive from Tyler to Laurel, Dale Mabry at Spruce, Hannah Ave from Nebraska to 40th Street, 14th Street from Columbus to I-4, Main Street from Armenia to North Boulevard, Waters at Florida Mining Boulevard, Brush Street from Whiting to Kennedy is a part of the Water Street development. And there is a new line item submitted to us by DOT for filling sidewalk gaps on various segments of the state road. So they provided us with a cost per mile to fill in those sidewalk gaps. And we didn't identify specific segments. We know that DOT will provide us with a more specific list at some point in the future. Yeah. I ordered you all pizza. So we're gonna spend about 30 minutes. We budgeted about 30 more minutes to discuss it here. Staff's gonna stick around for 2 hours after the meeting adjourns, so we can get more into the details on this if you want.
Is that on this list too?
Good to hear. We had a number of major investments submitted to us for prioritization this year. Those 2 bridge projects that I discussed, although the benefits are more in line with the state of good repair because they're maintaining infrastructure, they were prohibitively expensive for us. So for this year, we moved them down to major projects. If the city of Tampa is able to phase those into fundable segments of less than $5 million, we reserve the ability to move them back to state of good repair at a time in the future. Brewerine Street Bridge Repair is seeking funds for phase 1. That project is already broken into 2 phases. The second phase was not requested as a priority. Cass Street Bridge Repair, Cross Bay Ferry Service. 30th Street from Yukon to Fowler is a safety project, but because it was a little too expensive, we moved that down to major projects. And Inner Bay Boulevard from West Shore to Bay Shore is also a safety project, but it exceeds the $5 million threshold. We have a number of next steps and milestones that we need to hit before we make it to the June 8th public hearing. We're still working with our regional working group partners to develop a list of priorities for the Transportation Regional Incentive Program. The types of projects that fit into TRIP category are major projects that have like a regional significance and have an impact on economic investment. Last year, we added a project in South County that was a widening project. And I believe the county's still seeking funding for that because they didn't get it last year. Some of the other projects that appear on TRIP are massive in scale. West Shore Interchange, is on the list. I can't remember all of them, but they're projects of major regional significance. And then after that, the multi-use trail priorities will be presented to us fairly soon, and those will most likely end up in the real choices will not drive in category. We've already presented this draft. We've already presented the draft table 1 and 2 to the technical advisory committee earlier this week. They have a homework assignment to help us out and quality check our tables 1 and table 2. Because those tables are composed mainly of projects that they have submitted to us, we're working with them to ensure that we have accurate status of all the projects, that we have like the most current information, that all of the numbers are correct, that we didn't miss any projects that they want to have prioritized. And for table 1, we asked them to identify any projects in which construction has been completed so we can move those off of the list. In the very near future, we will be coming up on the 30-day review period. So tables 1, 2, and 3 will be finalized in draft form. The document will be finalized in draft form and then placed on our website. We're going to have a copy available in the public library. We'll send out social media posts letting folks know that it's available for review. And over that 30 days, we're going to collect comments, and then we'll be making adjustments behind the scenes. This committee is going to see another presentation, not just the workshop after this, but it's going to see another presentation where we ask for approval of the TIP on June 4th, I believe, or maybe the 6th, I forget, but it's only a couple days before the public hearing. That will be the CAC's last opportunity to make any suggested changes, and that's the meeting in which traditionally you all have made motions to either approve or approve with amendments or strike projects. June 8th at 6:30 is the TIP public hearing, and I know that there's going to be a sign-up sheet for speakers made available soon. We'll give you information on that as the date approaches. And I will be here for questions and discussion, so I'll throw it out to the committee if you have any questions about projects.
Thank you, Johnny. Let me just comment that this is one of the most important, if not the most important issue that comes before this committee. We have the opportunity to have significant input into what goes into this plan. So I encourage you to become as familiar with it as you have time and waking hours to do so. It will come back to us, as Johnny said, at our June meeting for motions and approval. And I will assure you that the TPO board values the input that they get from this committee. So with that, we'll take questions. Josh?
Thank you, Jared. I have a couple of questions and a couple of comments. I'll try and be succinct. I noticed, I asked about the highlighting in the table 1. Table 2, it looks like the highlighting in blue is all of the new projects.
Yeah, that's right.
So I appreciate that. The second part of that is I also see that you've added a column for is it past the point of no return, which I think is extremely helpful. I see a lot with NA. My first question is, can you help me decipher how does a project not have an A yes or no for that column?
So the projects that have an NA listed means that they are, they didn't identify a phase to fund. So I don't know whether or not the project is at the planning phase or PD&E. I don't know what the status is. So for all of these projects, you'll see that there's either an application needed, and if the application is submitted to us, it'll indicate what phase they're seeking funding for, or it'll say something like additional coordination, meaning that they have to tell us. Not all of the projects go through the same development process or delivery process. Some of these projects will be expedited through a design build, and I don't want to go too far off the rails, but projects that have a minimal impact may not require a full PD&E. The design could be expedited into a design build. So we try to work with our partners to better understand the project and scope so that we can make it clear. there's always, I have to caution that, this is based on the information that the jurisdictions give us. We're continuing to update that as well. So,
Okay, so it's more of a question mark.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily not applicable, right? It's just, that's fine. So that helps me understand that part. The bigger concern that I have is that out of all of those new projects, I see a lot of yeses. And so, I know we've talked as a board that the whole, reason for some of the fine tooth comb that we're going over these projects is so that we can point things out before they get to the point of no return. And for a new project to be added and immediately be past that point of no return is really concerning. And not just, it's not just one, it's almost all of them, except for the NAs, which may be some no's, but mostly yeses probably based off of what this looks like. So I'm really, really concerned that we're adding a lot of projects that are already past the point of no return and where we can't undo them. And I say that not because I think that the projects are bad. I think there's a lot of good projects on here that are past the point of no return immediately. The problem is, I think that goes against the entire reason for having this process. And so I don't know what the answer is. I assume you don't know either right now, but I think we have to get to a point where all of these projects that are added and new are not past the point of no return, so that we can still maintain that level of influence over them. Because otherwise, we're just repeating the same mistakes that we've made in the past with some of the 275 projects, with other projects that are no longer in favor by the board, and we can't do anything about it. It's too late. So it's just, again, not to repeat myself, but it's very, very concerning to see these projects new and already we can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I take your point very seriously. I would suspect that with us taking a look at the public engagement process, we're going to need to find a way to convey information to you in the most timely way possible. It's a real challenge because you see how many projects there are, and this is not even a complete list of all the projects that are happening at any one time. These are just the priorities. The local governments are working on things that they don't need to coordinate with us on because they may require no TPO assistance whatsoever. The projects, I will say that if I could suggest something, if I were reading through this document, I would take a look and focus specifically on the projects where we're recommending funding to them this year. And if that funding is delivered, it will automatically cross the threshold of point of no return. Because at that point, when the TIP priority list is adopted and the funds are delivered, then it is definitely past the point of no return.
So, okay, I hear you. I think, what makes that a little difficult is seeing what's new in this. It's not highlighted. So I don't have that same level of insight. And so I agree with you. I would like to look at it that way. And then just the last thing I'll say is that for somebody who, looks at this not more than once, but several times, throughout the year, seeing the projects being added with a yes is almost to the point of why do we even do this? It's an inclination for me to want to vote no on the entire TIP because of that process not being what I think is as open and transparent as it could be. And so, I'm not saying I'm going to vote no. I'm not saying I'm going to vote yes, but that this is a real concern, and I just don't see how we can be asked to analyze this the same way we would if it was different. So that's all.
Other comments, Christine?
This is fantastic. It's always a lot of information, but I really feel it getting better and more digestible, and appreciate that so much over the last few years. What is FPN, the column heading? What does that stand for?
Project number. That's right.
Just
project number.
Florida
So
project number, or
if you see a project that has an FPN, that means that DOT has already assigned a funding, like an identification number to track it as it goes through the process.
Thank you. Regarding project limits, I want to make sure I understand this. So that that we're talking about the limits that are defined but do not include the intersections at either end. As an example, the Rome Avenue from Kennedy Boulevard to Columbus. And honestly, I wish it was just a few blocks south, like from Cleveland up to Columbus. But Rome Avenue there, we've said a few times in this committee that we really need a signal at Rome and Columbus. But I think this project definition limits do not include the intersection itself.
I would,
or in general would not.
I don't believe that that's necessarily accurate. When we receive the project limits, I treat it as if the intersections are included. In fact, most of the time when the scope of services is provided to us, it will indicate pretty clearly whether or not intersection improvements are being considered.
Okay.
Not all of them are, like if they're only looking for filling sidewalk, like the sidewalk ends at the intersection. Anyway, so I wouldn't say that the appropriate way to read it is if the corridor doesn't include intersection treatments.
That's very interesting, Johnny. I know I've been involved in a lot of, advocating for improvement on certain projects. And it does seem like my perception is that when you get to the intersection, a lot of the DOTs go, no, that's not, not ours, that's different. You know what I mean? And so you're like looking longingly across the intersection and you wish you could safely pass through. And so it's very interesting to me and maybe others, when and where are intersections, that to from, that's really critical information. That's all, that's my only remark.
I'll caveat that by saying I hesitate to provide you with like a hard and fast rule.
Yeah.
My reading of these projects is to assume that the intersections are included. That doesn't mean that it's always the case, but that's what I take it to mean when they submit me with a scope of services and they say that they're considering safety improvements. I would assume that they're also going through the intersections.
I don't know that, let's put a pin in that, I guess.
Rick Fernandez, you have a.
I'll defer to others ask their questions.
Okay. Nicole?
Okay, so going into it, as I look at, project sponsorships, and this is, I guess, I just want some clarity on how to be more effective and how we use our motion to TIF. Because I wrote it down to the way it was phrased, I was like, I'm sorry. No problem. Because one of the projects that, just while I'm looking that up, that we all had said, we were like, whoa, that is not a great improvement project, was the 582 Fowler Avenue project. That's a major one. That one that had the raised, where people were going across to get to the hospital. They were going out to what is it called? The raised
crosswalk.
Yeah, and it was there was a lot of concerns about that we sent forward and then never really heard about any changes to that project. So when you say well, once it's in there, you know what I mean? It's kind of like deadbolting certain things. The statement earlier was, I'll just remember, it was basically when you talked about allocation. So you're approving allocation, but yet what I'm also hearing on the other side is we're not in charge of funding. So when those two terms are kind of used together, I find that incredibly confusing. We either are or we aren't allocating funding, or we're merely making recommendations.
Right.
So with the FDOT projects, this is where I'm wondering if there's
It's deciding which projects receive the funds that the TPO has some discretionary authority over. It's a collaboration. The first aspect of collaboration is presenting it to the board. And if they agree with the funding amounts that we're recommending for a certain project, they tell us, they give us an indication of approval by the vote yes. We work with DOT to decide which projects are worthy of the SU funds that we control, those surface transportation block grants. That's the bulk of the funds that the TPO has some authority over. And you see that just about
Can you
every.
highlight those projects so that we can, because I feel like if we're, like, FDOT's going to do what FDOT's going to do on their big projects. Those aren't going to go away. Would you agree with that to some degree here?
Well, they use funds that they control for most of their projects. Some of them, they will come to us if they're looking for a TPO contribution. I'm not sure. I mean, there could be a number of reasons why they come to the TPO for NSU allocation of funds.
I guess because I know there are funds that are TPO funds.
Aren't they in that column where the funding type is listed and a lot of them say SU?
Yeah, so.
It's kind of like all over the place, right? Like some will pop and say SU.
It's in a lot of.
Is there a way though to instead prioritize as an agency those projects? Because clearly the TPO has been like, we think these are imperative and this is why we're putting our funding. Why aren't those at the top of the priority list, I guess is my question.
Which ones, the SU funds?
Yeah, all of them,
Well,
ahead of any other project, because the other projects are being funded in different ways. And so I'm just wondering if that might be an interesting way to present the TIP this year, to say that there's some, that this agency itself is saying, these are what we believe are priority. I mean, if that's where you allocate the funding, why isn't that above, or at least hyper-starred as priority projects?
I think I understand where you're going with this.
It's a political move in a sense. It's just one that makes the agency have a little more empowerment in the conversation and kind of shows that you may say we don't have this financial control, but you know what, we kind of do. And this is what we do have. And we do want to prioritize it. So that, I guess I'm just asking if that's something that might be interesting to you.
I think I understand where you're going with this. I'll point out one limitation to that. You know, we can't put all of the projects that we're recommending funding with SU dollars at the top, because SU dollars are like a fraction, like a drop in the bucket of all the transportation funds that pass through this county. The share of the SU funds that the TPO has some discretionary authority over is only about 20 million a year. So if we were going to go from the top of the list down to the bottom, we wouldn't make it past line item 5 before we just run out of money. So in addition to the SU funds that we have, we try to work with the agencies to find pots of money that they could go after with our help. You know, we might help them write a grant or do whatever we
your
can.
own internal grant writing. So the stuff that you're fighting for, where you're getting grants, where you're trying to get funding brought here as separate dollars, versus the pots of money that are coming from other agency. Is there a way with all that stuff that you guys do in-house, when you make your recommendations, to create something in this, like some sort of code or stars, or these are ones we fought to get the funding for? They do fight for everything. I feel like a lot of people don't actually, I think that there's a constant statement of, well, you don't fund them, but that's not completely true. And it's turning into, that's the perception that we're starting. I mean, even I'm like, wait, do we do anything with money here? And I'm like, yeah, they do. So I think it's imperative for the board to see what you guys are doing in-house with those dollars for grant writing.
Well, I don't think we're sharing the same definition of control. I mean, the TPO doesn't have like taxing authority, so we don't actually have a bank account with 20 million sitting in it. The funds that are allocated to us are part by formula. Some of them are competitive, so we go after them. In other instances, the governor might just drop a check to the DOT and say, hey, fund this project if it's on the priority list, like what happened with the DTI and West Shore Interchange. So the funds don't pass through the TPO. We're not actually writing checks for these projects. We recommend that the DOT release those funds to fund these projects. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was just trying to find a way.
It's more of a gift card than a cash.
Well, that governor check was not a good gift card.
I think, Johnny, it may be helpful to the committee, particularly new members, that there are really two areas in which the TPO has responsibility, as I understand it. One is approval of projects. DOT cannot move forward with a project that has not been approved by TPO. So that's one category. The other category I understand is I think where Dickie's going is what projects does the TPO have some influence at least over the funding?
Right.
And I think trying to sort those out probably would be helpful to the committee.
Okay.
Because even understanding it, I'm sometimes confused by it because of the different buckets of how we have to fund things. And so I mean, this is so much better than what we used to see. Yeah, we all, but it's still, do you have the pie chart for this year yet?
No, not yet. I'll bring that to the next.
Terrence, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what the definitions, I guess, or the delineation between minor job cluster and major job cluster. And it's specifically in reference to like line item 78, 79, Gibsonton Drive, 301 and I-75. I mean, the area itself may be a minor job cluster, but everybody is trying to get to a job. So I'm just wondering.
Interesting, not a job destination
So
necessarily, but
I mean, yeah, they're all going to those jobs. By the previous presentation, we have the most people represented under the TPO, Incorporated Hillsborough, so. I'm just wondering.
Am I missing a line item page? Oh, is that?
That's a good comment. I could, you know what, I'll have my team take a look at that and review whether or not it's a connection to a major job cluster. If it connects, since I-75 connects to USF, I could see that being a connection to a major job cluster. To answer your first question about what delineates, we'll take a look at forecasted jobs per acre, I believe. I could be mistaken about the geography we look at, but it's where the job's going to be located in the future. And just as like a quick reference, I always think of West Shore, downtown, and USF being the major job clusters. Everything else is kind of minor. Projects that connect you to either West Shore or downtown or USF would be considered connections to major job clusters.
I could add to that.
Oh, yeah, please, Beth, thank you.
Sure. Yeah, the identification of job clusters built on an analysis that was done, I think, even before Johnny joined our team, back when we were working with Hillsborough County to identify key economic spaces in the county. And it was initially defined as any key economic space is a cluster of at least 5,000 jobs. And it's 5,000 jobs in current year. So we are forecasting out where the growth is going to be in the future years. And so, you know, some of them have a lot of growth potential, but we wanted to start with, you know, where are the jobs in the current year? There's 12 to 14 key economic spaces currently in Hillsborough County. We looked at a way to try to give higher priority to some of the ones that have the most jobs, and Johnny's right. The major ones are downtown, West Shore area, and USF. And I think we might have also included the West Brandon job cluster. So that's like Sable Park, US 301, Falkenberg Road corridor. So we just need to check how that was defined in the long range transportation plan. But yeah, major is going to be probably more than about 50,000 jobs in current year.
All right, and then just a second note was there was a project for Sims and Balm Riverview roundabout. 2020, I think last year it was approved and everything by the citizens that attended the meetings or whatever. I just don't see it on here.
What was it, Bond? I see it one for Bond.
Yeah, that's not the one.
That's not the one.
That's it. Yeah, Sims and Balm Riverview is the intersection. basically you can't get onto from Sims, and everybody wants to. So there's no light, and that's where I brought up the, somebody put a yield sign, where you usually just drive in, you have a yield sign here, so the people coming across, bad business.
John?
Looking to see if it was included. I know we have a project on one of those corridors listed in here. Is it the one US 301 and Clement Pride, is that overlapping? I don't think so. There's another one that is 91 on table 2. US 301 at Baum Road.
Line 131, but number, project.
No, that's further, yeah, because there's parallel to 301, and then at one point it goes up. That's what they're talking about.
I'll take a look and see if I can find any info on that. You said that it used to be on the priority list. Isn't it anymore?
I believe it, no, it was on the priority list. I requested it to be added previously to the priority list. It has a project manager, and everything. So I thought it was moving on. It was going to be on this list. It's not.
I'll take a look and see if maybe it's moving forward with a different pot of funds. Hillsborough County could pay for projects through their local transportation fund without submitting it as a priority. But I'll double check on that and let you know what I find.
All right, thanks, John.
Okay, Josh.
Yeah, I had a couple questions about that same category and the same sort of line of questions as Mr. Trott. I see that in the sort of, category name, you've got goals and sort of bullet points about some of the qualities of each project. For this category, you've got 2045 traffic volume to capacity ratio, and also the 2045 delay reduction per centerline mile. More than the first one, the latter, the reduction per centerline mile. How are you factoring that metric? Because I'm assuming it probably doesn't include any induced demand calculations as part of that. So for example, that same.
Can you define that, Josh, for the rest of us?
I will, yes. That same project, line item 79 as a 1.27 VHD reduction. However, if we're going to be adding capacity, induced demand is a law that tells us basically if you build it, they will come. So if you add lanes, additional capacity will, or additional volume will soon follow. I'm having a hard time understanding how that calculation gets made as a reduction when we're adding capacity, and induced demand tells us otherwise.
Yeah, that's a very sophisticated question. And
thank you.
To answer, no, induced demand is not coded into the transportation demand model. So the vehicle hours of delay reduction don't take into account additional volumes that will be attracted to open space on the roadway. The delay reduction per centerline mile, how it factors into the prioritization is rarely, if ever, is it looked at. The only roadways or the only corridors where that information is available are major road capacity projects that we have coded into the demand model. So they're very limited.
And what is that?
Highway improvements. So I'm going to struggle to break it down into plain language because it's a very transportation wonk question.
Yeah.
Well, let me just save you from that then, because I don't necessarily need the explanation of how the model works. My concern lies with the fact that we're relying on that as an indicator to begin with, because I think it's maybe a fair statement to say that TPO acknowledges induced demand exists, and if it's not, let me know. But I operate underneath that assumption that we recognize that that is real. And if we're doing that, this method of, highlighting projects that do that, that are, not actually reducing delay, in fact, inducing more of it over a longer period of time, I think is very misleading at the least. And at the most is something we need to be pre-qualifying some of these major projects on. Because, for example, all of these that say from 2 to 4 lanes, from 2 to 4 lanes, from 4 to 6 lanes, each one of those has a VCR, metric associated with it for the most part. And, that we can establish that number is not real. right? And so it's not really a great way for us to judge these projects. And I would hope that the TPO might establish a better way of doing that that gives us a much more accurate understanding of what those are going to look like with induced demand being included.
I'm definitely open to exploring removal of the delay reduction per center line mile, at the very least tweaking these. We actually tweaked the criteria that we looked at to prioritize this list quite a bit, and replacing some outdated metrics with impact on disadvantaged communities. I didn't even go into the details of that yet. I figured we might get into more on that during the workshop, but
just the last thing I'll say is, you know, I don't want to make a motion or anything that's not appropriate, but I think it would be my recommendation, my comment would be that this category and perhaps some of the others needs to be taken from the perspective of reducing trips off the system long-term, including induced demand, as opposed to continuing to accommodate and induce that demand in the future. So that would be my hope, is that things get shifted more towards that line of thinking.
Yeah, like I said, I'm open to exploring any new metrics that we can come up with. Since you kind of like opened the can, I'll go through the prioritization criteria because I hadn't yet explained that. So if you look at column J on table 2, this lets you know what criteria we looked at to rank projects, where they fall on the priority list. For the state of good repair, which is the red, it's the first investment category. We take a look at the percent of transit assets that are not in a state of good repair, basically the entire number of transit assets that Hart owns that are in poor condition. And the higher the percentage, the greater percent of the assets are bad, meaning that we take that as a signal that they need to be replaced. So that's how we rank the transit state of good repair submissions. For projects like bridge, we would take a look at sufficiency rating of the bridge. That's a good indication of how old it is and how well it's performing, how many years may pass before it needs a more expensive rehabilitation project. For the seawall reconstruction project on Bayshore Boulevard, we looked at how it ranked in the resiliency study that the TPO completed last year. Projects that are in an area that is highly vulnerable and highly critical are at the top of the list, and a bit to lesser degrees of vulnerability or criticality, those projects get ranked lower. Safety projects, we had to make quite a number of critiques this year because we had such a bad year for safety last year, and it's been kind of getting worse for a little while. It was already bad, but it's getting worse. So we prioritized construction readiness. Rather than funding a bunch of studies, we thought it was prudent to fund projects that are shovel ready. So we sorted by projects that are seeking construction funds. Below those, some are design construction, and then design, PE. And at the very bottom of the list are planning studies. So we've got a bunch of those already. And at the very, very bottom of the safety list are projects that didn't indicate which phase they're seeking funds for. So after sorting by construction readiness, then we took a look at which locations have the worst crash history. You'll see that toward the very top of the list, Fowler from 56 to I-75. That's a shovel-ready project, and 13 fatal and injury crashes per mile is astronomically high. I think the highest on the list is like 19, so 13 is really up there. And then for projects that have almost a tie in terms of crash density, we would consider a tie to be within 1.5 crashes per mile. So let's say you have a project that has 4 crashes per mile and another that has 3. We would consider those to be tied. If a project will positively impact an environmental justice area, that gets bumped above the other one. So the more of the project that touches an environmental justice area, that gets priority. The smart cities projects, we take a look at which projects score highest using our smart cities prioritization matrix. I presented that to you last month, I think. There's a lot that goes into that, but the top 3 scoring smart cities projects automatically earn a spot at the top of this list. Underneath those projects, we take a look at peak period travel time and travel delay measured in minutes. The Real Choices projects, again, any safety project that has fewer than 3 crashes per mile gets placed in this category. We also take a look at population density within a comfortable walking distance of a trailer side path and population and job density within walking distance of transit access. And then for the major projects, Josh, what you were just talking about, the first sort is forecasted job density. So connections to all major job clusters means it's going to connect the most people to jobs. And then further down the list, if it's a project that begins and ends within a major job cluster, and then connection to minor job cluster, and then located within a minor job cluster. Some of them don't connect to job clusters at all. Those get placed toward the bottom of the list. After we take a look at that, we take a look at volume to capacity ratio, and then finally, vehicle hours of delivery. That's it.
Thank you. And just, Mr. Chair, if I may suggest, before Rick, which I'm sure he has a lot of comments, as the person sitting closest to the pizza, I might suggest we open the boxes and distribute it now, as it's about lunchtime.
Yeah, it is 12 o'clock. Do you have comments you want to make on the record? Because I'm inclined to adjourn the formal meeting and move into the workshop.
The only, I'm going to defer until the workshop.
Okay.
But we do have a housekeeping matter regarding the minutes that we wanted to clear up with Terrence and Josh now that they are here before they leave if they have to. And may I take that discussion point?
Sure, go ahead.
Gentlemen, before you arrived this morning, we went through approval of the minutes for April 6th, is the one that I'm specifically related to. And in the member interest section, Josh Frank, you are noted to have had a brief introduction to the new Tampa Chief of Policy. I assume that was police, and that should be corrected. And then you also indicated, quote, he noted the XXX being taken out. The XXX was noted as a space holder by our reporter. Do you have any idea what XXX meant? And
I have a lot of thoughts about what that might be. No, so essentially what the conversation was, at one point in time, TPD and HART had worked to some degree to remove the seats from certain Metro Rapid stations, the benches within the stations. And I had brought that up to new Chief O'Connor, and she had mentioned an interest in addressing the relationship between TPD and transit and HART in the cities. So I had mentioned that, that might be a forum for which she could come here and talk to us.
So if we can reduce that all down to one word to substitute for XXX in the bench, it's a bench. Okay, so it would read for purposes of the recorder. He noted the bench being taken out. Yeah. Okay.
Benches.
Benches being taken
Which I've seen XXX on.
Okay, and then Terrence, not to be forgotten. For you, it says, would like a status of the I. That nothing. You remember what you wanted the status on?
275 conversion or whatever we're calling it.
The Boulevard project?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we thought before you got here, but thank you for confirming.
I'm glad that was an easy one.
That was it. Okay, well, with that, the minutes have been approved prior, subject to these items being cleared up. So I guess we're cleared up now.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
So I'd like to move into the workshop and conclude the meeting. Let's thank you for coming today. Thanks, you can stay. I cannot, but this will be a productive effort. We meet again on June 1st. At that time, we will be in a position to take action on the TIP recommendation. So this workshop, I hope, will be helpful. There is an item on the agenda for future topic requests. If you have any, please send them to Johnny and he will forward them on to me. If there be no further business to come before the committee, we're adjourned.
That 275 one would be the future business for Johnny.
Oh, an update on the Boulevard.
Yeah, conversion stuff, yeah.
Our new members up to speed, it's been a long time, and that rolls around to the dollar amount that came on earlier. It was the hundred.
Okay, so we have a pizza break.
Pizza break and a workshop.
That's
County
good.
Water Service going down.
Right? You said it was just.
I remember right after the. A little too late on that one.
I'm not sure.
Very dense.
Right now, she's about 5.5 months. So
How they doing that?
go back to January, we had December. Get tired, not gonna understand. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, well, we're stuck here for a few hours now.
Well, I would say that the exact coverage is also true with a lot of churches.
Have a good one.
So,
I didn't even know.
Now,
So I was like, oh.
I can only sit close to the meeting, so.
So long, I know.
No, not just program.
Oh, we're getting anyone ever in the parking validation today?
I usually have.
Change.
Yeah. An hour or so.
Right.
Sure, if you're still around.
Yeah. I've resigned myself to parking on street because it's faster than going up the garage, but also because I know the revenues are going to be to continue to make the street parking. You got it.
Johnny, can we get the parking validation?
We're trying to come to those legal necessary minimum time.
So.
How would you fix us? And then I never really heard of it.
Yeah.
I should.
I'm sitting here thinking,
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it shapes up to look like.
Yeah.
These have to make 9 employees,
I
like,
don't know.
Big intersection.
yeah.
Gibsonton, 75. That's-
Yeah.
move that one. But
Yeah.
That one's a lot.
So that's why I was asking Johnny about the better cluster thing.
We put that one on the regional areas, so.
I think that's what we settled on, was that it's easiest.
The way that our
The
priorities
city
is
just
structured
gives
is
a grant
strategically to try to get out
to
the dollars that are lined up.
neighborhood association or whatever, and then they turn around.
Hey, Johnny, we're still being recorded or no?
Yeah.
The
Yes.
the big projects that are going to compete.
I mean, it's still a
with
public
strategic
meeting.
intermodal system funding,
We're
like
still in the
MSC,
sunshine.
Sunshine
Still have
interchange.
They gotta
Yeah,
know who eats their
we
pizza
try to
like
also
point or who eats
put
pizza like
those on the
folded
regional
like
priorities,
a real human.
Because that's where.
I didn't grow up in New York, so.
Those about say the same thing about these 5 interchanges.
No, I think
Well,
that's part of it. He does.
And I know it's tough. Like,
Yeah, I was just getting on the low, it's like, let's see, Big Ben was from.
Yes, right, sir.
You know, we're gonna.
Very
uh,
sad, given who has.
Yes. And this gentleman, yes, so.
I know it's taken forever.
I'm not sure if that would be accurate at 9:15.
Right, but now I'm like, this is what you're doing every day, I'm pretty sure.
Gotta get in that lane on Big Ben, like, just early and sit.
And if you just happen to just drop in on this,
Why not?
Zoom meeting, just let's see what was going on and walk through this.
Stops everybody and in the back.
What would you be thinking was happening?
I don't know, but I wouldn't be there.
Oh, my God.
You got 175.
Oh,
It's just right somewhere online, right over here. And then, good time when you call in, or you get BOCC. And you wind up with that word, policy committee.
Yeah.
So this is before, and there's actually no distinction. between the two.
There is no
So
distinction.
you don't know what you're actually listening to. Unless you are nerdy enough to know what you're listening to.
That's what I'm gonna tell all the videos when I come
I
out.
still have an MLB.
You know, it's big.
Because I'm a subscriber to all of them on YouTube.
And I think they're.
Yeah, no, blame.
I've started listening into the policy.
I think so.
For one thing, it's easier to get public comment down there. I can actually talk to them.
Right.
I think they are, yeah, I can't remember which one it is.
20 other
but at least one of
people.
them.
And they actually talk about some pretty interesting stuff that doesn't show up.
They do, I listen to them by
The problem is, I think a lot of people don't like them.
because I can't see it, it's just been on
It's
my.
new. and
Yeah.
it's new when you heard your first
And I'm
time.
like, oh,
So, yeah.
this is actually gonna get.
Same thing.
You would have been, and you listened to the policy committee last year. So you would have heard discussion about.
It's like saying, it's right here, talk that all in.
You would have been able to be happy for a whole month.
Yeah.
Rather than just waiting until today. It's like they were talking about it last month. It didn't come up at the board meeting. But for April, they discussed it at length.
I've been talking about this for a long time.
Yeah, me too.
And begging for this. So I just did not anticipate that it would actually go here and there, so.
This operation. I mean, there's no lot of the right that we do before he gets us. To get it to the TPO board, and they recommendations, every time to that, it's just it goes up to the governor. There's still stuff that needs to be done. I'm not sure what all the groups are.
Mother's Day.
So that's their, allow that.
He probably doesn't want it.
And then if there's a car attorney
That's why
here,
they're the engineering.
you can't always see
Wow, what?
cars.
Just finalizing the action.
Through, so.
Yeah,
Like, it's shitting on the contingent on the governor, I think it's the by the actual federal transportation.
So,
Act.
That's really a public safety and operations.
My understanding is we're using this counter.
That's what it is.
TPO board wants to do ultimately.
So only a day after it's approved.
He's not gonna do it.
There was some discussion about packaging material. I was gonna ask, what the steps are after
I mean,
this.
I know planning studies aren't really the same.
Maybe that's a full board.
But if the TPO board were to act on it next week,
It was very succinct.
Approve it.
Here's that for the project.
recommendation, that's not the
Here's
end
some
of it.
links to
Still
background.
something else that has to happen.
This was the first.
And the governor is part of something else that has to
It's
happen.
a county project.
Now's the
Is
time.
that in the site?
Ask Beth. Actually, she would.
Actually, that's,
Yeah, just.
no, it was in the agenda material.
Looking
I just read it. And then,
I mean,
Because
it's
then it's like you're
I mean,
overstepping
is it a big
the-
site public art either on I-81 or next to I-81 or projecting on I-81?
when do you want to kick off the workshop?
You're the chair de facto, so service as the kids you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, guys, gals, y'all want to start our workshop? You ready? Okay, begin. Workshop convened. And I'm not planning on being any kind of a Robert's Rules police officer here today. Workshop's supposed to be kind of informal, evidence decent. So whatever it is you want, I mean, yeah, it's nice to raise your hand and ask questions in some kind of a courteous way, but beyond that, and we won't be in a position to make motions or pass anything here. This is just educational and discussion. So with that said, Johnny, you want to pick up where you left off or whatever your plan was for the workshop?
I think I ran through the prioritization criteria. If you'd like to take a look at any specific projects or ask questions, I can try to tell you everything I know about them. I think I pretty much covered everything that I wanted to at the CAC meeting during regular time. Just making myself available to you all to answer any questions you have about it too.
All right, well, Nikki, want to start us off?
I didn't bring this up, but I don't think they came, or Anita's camp when I was in the restaurant. Yeah, it's great, we put your glasses on. Okay. I see that initially we have had some promises from EPTOT that had to do with how we were going to be treating, where's it at? It's the Florida Avenue project. What I see is three things broken into chunks. I see a chunk broken. I see three things that all connect together. One is the chunk from MLK, like, oh, it's just operational to put the double flyover, right? Then now it's kind of like, oh, it's operational to go MLK to Hillsborough. Oh, it's operational now to go to Bear. So there's three segments that they've split into different areas of 275. And then they're putting it into the FC funding, the fundings for the Florida Avenue, which is part of the mobility project. What the heck is going on there? Why is that listed that way on the Florida Avenue project? Because this is all supposed to be connected to that bus rapid transit that we don't really need if it goes 3 counties. Then where's that in here?
Regarding the TV Next segments, I'll say that regardless of how the DOT or any partner agencies describe the project, the TPO staff are going to see that and verify that. So yeah, you're right. Initially, when it was described, the improvements were called operational. We don't necessarily disagree with that, but we're not putting it in the operations smart cities category because it is undoubtedly a major investment and will add capacity. So we put it in the major projects.
Well, part of the excuse that they had for needing those operations or changes or addition of lanes was because their bus rapid transit was going to connect into Florida Avenue. And now I'm seeing it's on number table 2. And this is number 8 under Vision 0. Florida Avenue, MLK to Waters Avenue. Ice Mobility, PD&E, bid CST funding. This was an FDOT project. There is no LPN, and the funding says SU. So I'm like, what's going on here?
That project's been chopped up a number of ways. There's a bunch of FPNs that are covered under what we know as the Heights Mobility Project. This segment from Florida, on Florida, from MLK to Waters,
that's the whole thing.
It doesn't have any, it's not part of the RAISE grant funding. And we've been told that FDOT's construction costs have increased.
So they're not going to fund this now, even though they said they were going to.
Not exactly sure what the funding plan is yet. I think that we're working with Hardin DOT to come up with a funding plan.
But wasn't that the deal, is that we were going to have arterial that worked with the bus rapid transit, and that was parallel, and that was the corridor. And now it's just magically disappeared, and I'm seeing it here. That's concerning, you guys. And I see that as them holding us hostage, which I said a million times. I can go back, find hours of footage of me saying this in every hearing every year. Don't threaten us with a mobility project. They've done it a bunch of times where one has stood up there and said, we don't have to do this. It's like, oh, no. This is not where you come in and threaten people to take things away. I see it right here. I see the threat coming real.
Yeah, if you want to.
I see this like nasty play.
The what project, Beth? I'm sorry.
The hard arterial BRT.
No, they're gonna take it away from us.
It sounded like that was what you were asking about.
Oh, yeah, the one that they said this, yeah, basically they've been threatening to take away all of our things if we don't give them what they want. And yeah, I mean, that's what, this is like childish nonsense from MDOT.
So
Sorry, Beth, it's like mega loaded. It's like mega loaded, but it's like, I mean, because that was a threat, everybody, like, we don't have to give you these things, we don't have to give you lights or have the, but the whole concept was that we're gonna have that bus up there and it's gonna have the arterial, this is also going down Florida Avenue, this is fine. And it's clear to me that they pulled their funding and they're like, screw you on your arterial and we're just gonna take the lane. And I can see the 3 segments where they're taking them anyway on 275. They're chopped into 3 segments. Something's going.
I don't think that there is funding for the T-BARDA Regional Rapid Transit Project. But I'm not seeing that anywhere in what we got from the Connecticut Work Program. On the hard arterial BRT, we have been spending some time making sure that the segment that is funded with the RAISE grant, which is a segment south of MLK, will include the bus lane. And that is the portion of the project Johnny mentioned that the costs have gone up a lot. The reason is that you're probably aware, the city of Tampa is working on its stormwater drainage system. I know I have to navigate around.
But it's not
The
our
stormwater
road
drainage
projects,
system.
MDOT doing part of that, and they really jacked up, like, MDOT jacked up they are terrible at stormwater drainage. Like, they shouldn't even be allowed to touch drainage at this point. This will be the 3rd or 4th time in the last past, not even 5-7 years, they've had to re-rip this all out and redo it.
So it's a joint system, from what I understand, that, there's drainage under the state roads, and then there's drainage for the city streets and the neighborhoods, and it all connects together. And for a while, they've been kind of pointing fingers at each other a little bit about who's responsible for what. But it's like the transportation system, it's an integrated system. So at some point, we have to figure out together, how are we gonna make it work? So that is where the RAISE grant helped, because that helped come up with the money to address the stormwater drainage under Florida and Tampa. But it's a full reconstruction of Florida Avenue, south of MLK. And the RAISE grant application that DOT prepared did include that the bus lane would be part of that once reconstructed. Lately, we have found out that the paperwork hasn't all been finalized, and so we've been making sure that that gets handled so that the bus lane will be included. Now, we still don't have funding for everything north on Florida, north of MLK. But the Nebraska safety improvements are funded, the OLA bikeway is funded. There are several pedestrian crossings on Florida Avenue that are funded. One of, the ones between Osborne and Hillsborough are in the ground now. There's 2 more between Hillsborough and Sly that are funded in fiscal 23. But there were other things that were included in the Heights Mobility Plan north of MLK on Florida Avenue. And so that's what is still on the priority list. That's on the priority list in the Vision Zero program. In hopes that we can get it moving, because it's TransCon and Vision Zero.
Where would that even be in?
That's priority.
And what would actually be still.
Table 1 priority.
Yeah, table 2, right? Yeah, table 2 is the projects that are.
Right, so it's not funded, there's no funding. Because wasn't it?
Florida Avenue north of MLK.
Okay, which is the Heights, part of the Heights, all the way through.
The Heights.
Yes,
Yeah,
so,
south of Tampa.
so we lost our funding. The MDOT was going to.
That's not
They just
accurate.
used it different to fix the stormwater again.
So they've been coming, they've been trying to work out how to segment it. And I just mentioned some of the other pieces that they have found funding for, including the pedestrian crossings that are already built or funded in fiscal 23. But yes, there's more to do. So that part is still on the priority list.
Was the intention with the bus lanes in the BRT project to fund replacement buses for the number 1? Were they planning to move Metro Rapid over from Nebraska? Was it going to be a second Metro Rapid? Did we ever know how that was going to quite shake out?
So it was going to be better than Metro Rapid. So as you're probably aware, Metro Rapid does not have dedicated lanes.
Right, more signal prioritization.
More signal prioritization. We have continued to bring that forward, and thank you for advocating for that. So this was going to be closer to the Sunrunner concept in St. Pete, where we are set aside lanes for bus service. And before there was the Heights mobility study, there was Gina Torres' study of the lanes on the Florida Tampa one-way there.
Yeah.
And, pointing out that there's way more lanes than you need for traffic volumes. And the DOT's position has been that they need those additional lanes in case there's an incident on I-275 for traffic. So currently, they have expressed some concern that during construction, they will need to divert traffic onto the Tampa, Florida one-way there. I don't know if that is the agency position, but we are pushing pretty hard for them to include the bus lanes in the reconstruction project.
So the reason I ask is, I think the lane itself, the right of way for the bus lane, is the most important thing. Whether, it operates as a different vehicle or the station infrastructure changes, all that stuff would be brought back at a later date, right? If it just becomes a new striping for the number 1 in the interim, I think that would be something that would be sufficient for what has been promised for a long time.
Yeah, well, the one has 15-minute frequency.
I know.
And when you ask the DOT what are the minimum guidelines for dedicated bus lanes, they don't have a clear statement about frequency. It might be 10 minutes. But south of MLK, which is the part they're talking about reconstructing with the RAISE grant, it's not just the 1, it's also the 6, and I want to say the 15.
No, 15 is a Palm. I thought it
Is
was
it
1, 5, and 6.
1, 5,
Yeah,
and 6,
15 goes to
okay.
Palm.
Yeah, right.
It's USF.
Yeah, so if you look at the combined frequency, all of those routes, it's definitely out there.
Well, I guess my bigger point was that, the lane is really, I think, the most important part. And so, whether or not they're going to use that RAISE grant to fund some of the other bus infrastructure that goes along with that, if it's true that construction costs are the biggest issue and they're having to find ways to weasel out some of their commitments, I would rather them do those types of things than the actual right of way itself.
They can't. I mean, honestly, I've said it from the beginning, because when this all started, we know that they thought our properties were worth 10 cents. I remember back when I moved there, we were buying houses for $50,000. I got an offer for $750,000 for my house last week. Okay. Some idiot has to pay me that and sell it. So the way Florida Avenue works, if you're not familiar with it, it's like, where it's so narrow, because like all those roads are DOT roads, all three of them coming to our neighborhoods, the main part of the city, pretty much every road in this town is, it's actually critical to every area. And this is what frustrates me when I sit here on the board and everybody's like, what about my backyard? I'm like, okay, well, everybody's backyard is affected by every single one that's a DOT connector. To have it like the only east-west connector we have in this whole county and other counties is Hillsborough. It goes from it does 3 counties and it's a mess. That's a DOT road. Dominguez DOT, Crispy Downs DOT, Florida, 301. I mean, the list goes on. And they jack up. They are the worst at for the storm drain, like stormwater management. How much money have we spent? I'm just curious if you guys know, like, how much money have they spent redoing now Tampa Street, Florida Street, for us to redo it? Because I can tell you that's pretty much where most of the budget was. Because if you look at the GIS for the neighborhood for City of Tampa there, good luck figuring out where your actual sewage lines are at, your water lines, because they're not on there. They're not on the GIS for Tampa. So just buying it back from them, wouldn't that be a better use of the money? Like from a City of Tampa perspective or certain areas perspective, just buying these roads away from them so that we can actually do some of this infrastructural change ourselves? Wouldn't that be smarter? And could we utilize the TIP to do that?
What's the burden then on the City of Tampa?
Okay, the burden's on us anyway if we're redoing their work over and over. Just like these rad lights they bought, they are Duke Energy and partially the DOT. So they're responsible for putting purple lights everywhere where I live in a zombie apocalypse, where I now have prostitutes and homeless people in my actual backyards, okay, and coyotes running around all night. And I am very used to people wandering the streets, but usually they're not in the bushes, okay, and they're not prostituting in the backyard. I'm like, okay, that's not cool. We're in the dark. And that's actually, these are because they are in charge of that. So it's like there's no control. I feel like we're spending money and then we're spending money and then we're spending money again to fix something. And the right of way, they could never afford. The big thing is now there's no money to buy that right of way because people's property lines are illegal. They go all the way up. So like, here's like this much sidewalk and there's the damn fence. You can't even make a turn because there's no specs on where that needs to be. And then we can't tell them to change it as a county or a city because it's their road.
Okay.
So I'm just like, that's what I'm saying, like, this is a problem. It's like, how do we make the TIP actually work for our county? Because all their projects are not, it's just, it's crazy. Why would we give them money to redo? We're gonna be redoing all of this over and over and over.
Preaching to the choir here.
I know, it's just.
But can we, let's, Josh, I love you, man. You've said some stuff already, so let me go to the other side of the room and see if either of you have anything, any questions. Don?
Good at the moment. Yeah, I'm good too.
Nothing? Okay. Go ahead, Josh.
So
Sorry.
That's okay. I've just got a handful of circle projects that I wanted to touch on. Some of them in detail, some of them broader. The first one I've got is number 23, which is Fletcher Ave from Armenia to Nebraska. I'm a little bit curious about that one. Fletcher Ave was just redone not that long ago. And that was a complete streets project, in the early 2000s. I want to say mid 2005, 6, around there. Is there any, and not that this is not needed, I say that because is there any sort of metric that the county looks at or that you look at in terms of equity for neighborhoods that have seen more investment versus others that haven't? So, and this area is an area of concern, so I'm okay with it. But, in another example, we've got, the 5 intersection improvements. They're all in South Tampa, right? And so there are intersection improvements needed in East Tampa and other parts of the city that haven't seen investment, whereas Bay is on here and it's seen a lot of investment. So I'm just curious, again, not to put project versus project. How is this tip list reflective of that lens? Are you looking at that at all?
The Fletcher Avenue project that's on our priority list is west of the Complete Streets.
Okay.
Project. So the Complete Streets project was built that has reduced severe and injury crashes by 50%. That's east of Nebraska.
That ends at maybe like.
So this would go to Nebraska, Florida, and down.
Okay.
So we're talking about, yes, but west of that is also in the Vision Zero top 20 list.
I see, because it goes from wherever to Nebraska, now you're in Nebraska.
How far up are you going to go all the way to Armenia?
Armenia.
Just Armenia.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, that makes sense then.
When the projects are submitted to us, yeah, we do take a look at the environmental justice implications. Like I mentioned, now we're using that as an opportunity to break ties. I don't know exactly what EJ or disadvantage criteria the county's looking at when they prioritize their projects. I'm sure I could get an answer for you, but when they come to us for prioritization, we're taking a look at what % of the edge miles fall into an EJ community. So like a project that just barely touches an EJ community, like a very tail end, wouldn't have as much benefit as one that goes straight through a disadvantage.
Sure. Okay, well, that's good. Part of that answer is I misunderstood that one. So the next one that I had circled was Bird Street, Florida Avenue, Nebraska Avenue, and then there's a sister one that's sort of nearby, which is I think somewhere around Yukon. Those two projects are in an area, obviously, with the Yukon Street Transfer Center, and you know, I think one, it'd be really good for those to coordinate more with Mart. I don't know if that's relevant to the tip, but it seems like there's a confluence of a few projects in that area that that transfer center could use some love. It's really hot and wide open and not very safe, not very well lit either. So I think just generally thinking of those three maybe together, and then broadly with those, you know, not to put anybody on blast or anything, but it seems like a lot of the city of Tampa ones have application needed, more information needed, a lot of red font. And so I would just hope that we get a lot more of that application information before we get to the point of no return. A lot of the Tampa projects are no category still, so I'm okay with that for now, but that I just want to flag that because that's where we start to run into problems. For example, you know, I saw the Hannah Ave on there, and that's really contentious right now with City Center, and part of I sit on OSHA's board, and OSHA has a lot to say about that project. And so I'm sure the Hannah Complete Streets is going to be talking to how to connect to New City Center, and we don't have any details on that. So it's hard to, you know, justify voting for some of these things if we don't have the details. So that wasn't about a specific project. That was more or less a broad soapbox point. And then, see, I did circle my Nebraska Avenue to talk about single partization for Metro Avenue. So we covered that already. And then the last but not least, I circled a couple from Adamo Drive. So both the Green Lake Gap and the State Road 60 at 26th Street intersection. That 26th Street intersection was something that we at the YCDC brought to the city. So I sit on the committee that put that forward. And I'm glad the city recognized that it was needed. However, we're also, just for a bit more background information, the YCDC is going to be, is in the procurement phase right now for a consultant to do an Adamo corridor plan in terms of land use and design. And so, not that that would prohibit anything from this intersection, but I think it's worth knowing that there's going to be some study coming soon for both that intersection and then the Green Lake Gap as well. So I hate to see those things get built or designed ahead of that. So I don't think they're on the priority list, but
Even if the planning study comes forward with recommendations to the corridor, that wouldn't necessarily impact this. You're talking about 45, right? SR 60 and 26.
Yeah.
That's just a traffic signal replacement.
yeah, they're adding new ones right by Coppertail. And so that.
I feel like DOT has been looking at trying to fund that as part of their great hotspot.
The community, because of the new development at Lector there, and because of DOT, they've asked us to write a letter of support and push that to the city. So we did. And so I think that's maybe one of the reasons why it's on here now, or maybe, I don't know, it looks like it was new. but I'm not trying to take credit for it. I'm just trying to see there's a bunch of ongoing things in that area. And then the last one that I had was the Brush Street, supporting Water Street development. That one.
I talked about 52, the one that was.
61. Not that I'm against anything that's happening down there, but it seems like with the population density being low, that kind of raised the red flag to me. I know that area, is underdeveloped, but it's going to be dense in the future. And in addition to that, it's hard to, again, support projects that we don't know what they look like or what they're going to do. So that one is maybe a bit more on the spectrum of going to benefit private people more than the public at this point in time, because I don't have a design in front of me. So it's hard for me to judge some of those types of things. So just, that's another broad comment of maybe being a little bit aware of those types of projects that are DPP essentially, that they might need more detail ahead of a TIP hearing, just because of the nature of, somebody stands to profit pretty significantly off of that type of project. So,
Josh, the other one that's the same as that is like under goals by 2045, page 90, 52, 93 in real choices. Domain rate spruce.
are you referring to the Excel number or the?
Okay, I actually don't know how to use Excel, so you guys have to forgive me because I'm not allowed to touch it on the computer. Apparently, you can also ruin it if it's live. I didn't know there's such thing as a live document.
So what's the?
The number in there is under real choices, is number 52.
Okay. Bill Mayberry Spruce?
This looks like us paying for midtown nonsense. We already knew it was gonna happen, which
Spruce is north, that's by the Huffington Bell. Spruce is the.
which is where the original plaza was. You can walk from one to the other. So it's where you had the Walmart, you had the Target, you had the Home Depot, then they moved the Whole Foods, basically the other side of the interstate. Didn't really think about how that was gonna affect anything when you have people trying to get to both sides and it's backed up with the development. So essentially this Midtown development, FDOT calls a nightmare by not changing any of the lane usage either. I know because I drive it all the time. Why are we paying for, what are we paying for specifically?
I'll just want to say one thing, but I kind of disagree on that one. That intersection is really awful. And
it is awful.
Yeah.
It was awful before we let them add more development and then.
I don't think that is at the same level of a, purposefully citing Water Street as supporting the Water Street development. I see this one as close, but, maybe a little bit different. But I think we're on the same page that,
The developers should be paying for this.
Yeah, there should be some
Not
sort
like,
of.
where's their development money here? Because I'm seeing, I don't actually know what HSIP is.
Highway safety improvement.
Because it says that's the, that looks like it's a form of funding.
Yeah.
Where does that come through, HSIP?
That's the state.
That's federal?
Federal money that comes to the state.
So the federal money that's coming to our state is to pay for developer errors.
I mean, that is,
Our whole city is developer.
I know it is, and we gotta what are they paying for? Why are they paying impact fees on this? Like, this is crazy. How much money are they getting?
We are paying impact fees, and I know that.
$750,000 just to design it. It's like $1 million just to design and fix. And they're making millions of dollars and paying no taxes for all the new development and nonsense.
Sorry, this one really, I had a goat, that goat was got. Okay, this one is enraging. I saw this coming a mile away.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that you don't have a point, and I understand that, but
This intersection.
Bill Mayberry at Spruce has been a problem before.
It was a problem before, but let's go ahead and let people trickle down, and then people are over there complaining constantly because Cypress was our only corridor to connect to the airport in West Shore. We just willy-nilly gave it away, and now they're like, it's very busy over here. I can barely get to my new luxury apartment from there all the way down to downtown.
But regardless of where the development's located, the development is going to attract and generate trips, you know what I mean? So
I would say, who chooses how those federal funds right there are utilized?
HSIP, those are done by cost benefit, so it's gonna have
they do cost benefit ratio, which usually is really low cost things like improving the streetlighting.
But with 700, okay, but like who made this choice to use this type of funding here? Who's suggesting this?
That's what we're recommending. CPO is recommending.
Versus the developers?
Well,
Like just
we're
like,
not, we're not in a position to.
you're not in a position to, but you can individually have conversations with the city or people that there needs to be some form of impact because for a raised tax base ratio on what they actually get there, because you can, now the property's worth more. Because that's a lot of damn money that could do a lot of good in the city from the feds. And that to see it just go, just to planning how to fix an intersection, it doesn't even fix the intersection of the street that was just added. That's just for Spruce, right? So that's just the Spruce portion. That's not even hitting the one at Cypress and under the interstate. So you're only touching one portion without looking at the secondary where the backup is. And then you have Kennedy right behind it. And then you have the stadium, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's basically like the worst stretch you could ever have. And it's gonna be like a mill just to look at one street.
This is going to be, if it gets funded, it'll be an FDOT project. But FDOT.
But is that
didn't make
our
the
money to the
decision
county
allocate.
from the feds? Or was it money to FDOT or was it money to the city?
Well, DOT didn't make the decision to locate the Midtown development where it is.
They, you know what, I'm not gonna get into the politics of that, but I'm gonna say that this is a long stretch from the stadium to Kennedy of issues. And that money allocated to, was it federal dollars? I guess my question is, was that allocated to our county, our city, or FDOT, or like who was that money allocated from the feds to?
HSIP is competitive. Correct on that? With the public grant. If we wanted to.
Yeah,
do that money.
HSIP is, I believe at this point it's administered at the district level. So it's federal money that comes to Tallahassee and gets divvied up to the districts. There isn't a lot of money in this pot funds. It's like $1 or $2 million a year for District 7 for the entire district. So the chances that they're actually going to spend any money on this project are pretty slim. Your point is well taken about impact fees. We can certainly ask West Shore Alliance about what they're prioritizing right now for use of the impact fees, the mobility fees, excuse me, that are being collected for the West Shore area.
Because it's just like that the real estate's like blowing up. And so my question, I guess, would be to you, if we're gonna do this, I would say yes to this if this ran from Boy Scout Columbus, okay, to Kennedy to study. Because if you're gonna study it and you're just studying one cross section and then you have a stadium here, you got the mall there, you got the Yankees, like unless you're really looking at MLK up to Kennedy, and like how that traffic flow is gonna work with the interstate, with the new interchange there, it's just a waste of money for one.
That's a different kind of study that.
Well, explain to me like then what it is, because I just need 750 to look at one intersection.
There's.
It's a minute road.
And honestly, I don't know exactly where that.
Okay.
We did look at pedestrian crossings of Dale Mabry in the context of two studies. One was the West Tampa walkway plan that they did a few years ago. And the other one was the pedestrian overpass feasibility study, which proposed ultimately the pedestrian overpass crossing Dale Mabry Highway would be on the south side of I-275, which is then not as easy access for people who live on the north side of 275. And when that study team was doing public outreach for that study, they heard from the neighborhoods that they wanted to be able to get across the street.
Yeah, we'll have fun taking that land from Retner's. That's who it belongs to. It does actually, it overlaps, has to overlap with
I
all
think,
Retner's
you know,
land.
Nikki does make a good point, and it's a bit of a tangent, I think, for this type of discussion, but the Dale Mabry corridor is rife with intersections like this that are legacy, from county standards or state standards from forever ago, as a rural road. And I've long wondered why there hasn't ever been, or if there has been, and I haven't seen it, some sort of larger scale Dale Mabry corridor plan or concept that includes dedicated lanes for BRT or something along those lines, because frankly, it's got the room and it connects a lot of population centers and stuff like that. So this is a symptom, not the disease. So, I think we need to think about generally some of the more symptomatic projects. So I agree with you. I'd like to see not just the intersections themselves, because each one's going to have their time, their scheduled maintenance, ability to relook at them, but also the bigger picture at the same time. So maybe that's one thing I think just generally the TIF doesn't ever really seem to have, is a lot of the bigger planning type studies on there. I don't know if that's because you guys do most of them differently in-house, they don't need funding that gets approved by this, or if it's, the city does theirs kind of independently. But how these things plug into bigger picture type stuff, I think is maybe a better way of phrasing some of my comments before and some of what we just talked about.
All right, let me interject myself here, if I might. We're an hour into this. Just for purposes of planning, of the small group of us that are still here, how many of you can dedicate any more time beyond 1 o'clock?
A few minutes.
A few minutes?
I'll be here.
Okay, nobody's turning into a pumpkin just yet?
I have to go to the doctor's appointment.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin. Do you have any more questions?
You gonna turn into a pumpkin immediately, or do you have time to get to the?
Yes, women turn into pumpkins at 1 o'clock.
All right, well, let me just ask a couple of quick questions then, if I might. First of all, with regards to the TIP writ large, I just want to confirm one thing, because I combed all through this to make sure it wasn't clear. We had a fair amount of conversation here and at the board last month as well about US 301 and the expansion from Fowler to 56, right? And I looked all through here to make sure I didn't see any reference to that in the TIP. I didn't see. Did I miss something, or is it buried in here somewhere, being described in some other weird way?
It's not in the tentative work program, so it's not in the TIP.
Okay, so it may not be dead, but it did not advance beyond the board meeting last month.
Right.
Well, to be clear,
Yeah.
widening is not in the TIP. But the letter that we sent did support intersection safety improvements,
At the
like a
bookends.
couple of citizens, operational improvements to the bookends. But at 3 intersections, citizens had actually asked for traffic signals to be installed at Stacy Road, at McIntosh, and at Harney. And the letter that we sent did support that. And those intersections are listed in the priority.
Okay, could you identify for me, are they in table 1?
Those are in
2, there'd be 2 in the need, right?
Those are in table 2, priority number 16.
I'm sorry.
Those are table 2, priority number 16. They requested 500,000 for design and 2.6 million for construction.
That's under Vision 0?
For signals, yeah, they're intersection signals.
Yeah,
Where
and
they're-
traffic
but they don't
signal checks and crash rates, so that's why they're in Vision 0.
Okay, so that one line item encapsulates what is left of
Yes.
the FDOT proposal for US 301.
I will caveat that by saying DOT has been communicating with me for a few days, saying that they're looking at curb and gutter improvements. I'm not really sure whether or not they're going to submit that as a request, because so far it's just been chatter behind the scenes. But they told me that they were going to look at some curb and gutter improvements because they think that it would be easy, goes with improvements.
That's great. Oh, sorry. These dishes, when you're leaving a business or something and into the road.
The only
The whole
concern,
plant's covered.
the only concern is based off past pattern of practice is will they put them back in the same place? They didn't with the walls.
Okay, so I think you've answered my question. To the extent that that project still lives, that's the one place where it lives. That line item, table 2, need to look no place else. All right, fair enough. In table 1, now this is not necessarily intuitive, so I offer this to be the benefit, in quotes, of colleagues who have been good enough to stay in the room. I suspect that there's going to be a lot of conversation taking place over the coming weeks about the downtown interchange. Yes, Nikki?
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I thought I saw your finger in
You
the air.
did, you saw a finger, because she's gonna run out the door,
Yes?
and I have to go to her daughter's appointment.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be following everything that's posted regarding what you're going into right now. I just wanted to know if you could look at, if possible, because of that one land, the 750,000 for design for that one cross section, right? That's for design. Is there in existence here, I know there is, there's studies everywhere, a study that shows when you go from Hillsborough by Al Lopez up to MLK, you have HCC, MLK, you've got the Blazers with all that money, you got the Yankees, you're going up by the mall, you're heading, you know what I mean? Like then you're gonna hit Spruce, then you're gonna hit Midtown, then you're gonna hit Kennedy, plus all the money that's pouring into the new West Shore part of that connectivity. There is a lot of big money just sitting around there of people who are obligated to this town. Is there any study that just shows long-term how to connect and fix those intersections that's sitting around as a total plan for that corridor? Does it exist? Would that be something you'd be willing to look into?
Bring back what's been studied.
Right, because I'm pretty sure there's already been studies done on that corridor. Is that possible to access? Yes, from the segment of Hillsborough, that's where it opens up and really changes. Everything that's going to be north of that is much different, but the layout of the road up to approximately Kennedy or the new Midtown is a very similar layout. And as far as like right of way, all the things that are like that is a very similar terrain going all the way up.
Sure.
Is there actually a current long range, like a plan for that would make this make more sense? Because it says design
So
versus study, so there must be a study
why don't we get you a list of what studies have been done?
on that area. Would you mind? Because I feel like that's just a huge area of opportunity to partner with people who actually have the physical capacity to invest in their infrastructure there. Josh is laughing at my question. They're not gonna do it, they're not gonna do it, but I mean.
Okay, does that address the question?
Yes, and that's my question. Sorry, I'm harping on that, but it makes me very upset and it seems really crazy.
I have one other question that I think you may be uniquely positioned to respond to. In May of 2021, the board approved $2.5 million of funding for right-of-way acquisition at BME Board. 14th Avenue, remember? Okay. That was a TIP amendment that was approved in May, just prior to the annual TIP review. Now, is that, could you confirm where we are in the process of the right-of-way acquisition, the expenditure of that $2.5 million, and where that effort is documented in the TIP, if at all? Because I didn't see anything about right-of-way acquisitions for that portion of the BME Board community.
It was probably in that fiscal year, which is now ending, which is why it's not showing up. Sorry. Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
That amendment would have been fiscal 21.
It was.
And the new TIP starts with fiscal 22, which is why you don't see it in the current TIP.
So where would one go to look for the status of the expenditure of that $2.5 million, the status of the project, for instance? Have any of those?
Ask DOT.
So we don't know if any of those homes have actually been purchased. We don't know if they're scheduled to be demolished. We don't know anything that's going on vis-a-vis that portion of the $2.5 million. So I have to add that to my list of things that I send to Justin Hall?
Yeah.
Really? It doesn't live in the TIP anywhere?
No.
Even though the project is still ongoing?
After the funding was amended into fiscal 21 and the funds were authorized and dispersed to the implementing agency. And after that, the TPO was not involved. I'm going to answer them.
Yeah, okay. The downtown interchange appears now it's appearing in table 1. If you're following along in your hymnals, it appears in table 1. It's the next to the last line item, major projects, pages 55, 57, 58. If you're looking at that item, which Johnny was good enough to give us as part of our agenda package this morning, it's broken up into 3 individual lane movements. Each lane movement has its own FPN number. So this isn't in any way intuitive, and the descriptors in the table do not describe the lane movements at all. We have, as a committee, I see 2 people here, I think, that voted against this, 2 that voted for it. But we have at this committee level back in, I think it was March, moved to strike 2 TIP amendments from the TIP, affecting amendments 8 and 9 of the TIP as they existed at the time that that motion was being considered here. Amendment 8 relates to FPN number 056-2. 056-2 is Amendment 8. That's westbound 4 to southbound 275. And Amendment 9, which we also moved here to strike, is reflected in 057-1. And that's 275 southbound to I-4 eastbound. That's the flyover ramp. Now, those were the subjects of the motion to strike because those 2 lane movements affect the walls in Tampa Heights. You may recall that whole dance that we did in January, February, and March. So that's where those 2 lane movements live. The committee has already taken action on those 2 lane movements in the context of those amendments. But they've been renamed, and now they appear here in this way by FPN number. The singular remaining lane movement of the DTI is the first line item of that trilogy that's listed in that cluster. That's 0511, and that's westbound I-4 to northbound 275. That's the one that slips along VME Board, and it is the lane movement that required the $2.5 million of funding for right-of-way acquisition to wipe out those homes on 14th Avenue. So that's where those live. I suspect that those 3 items are going to be the subject of some discussion next month. I just want to make sure at least those of us in the room who've been good enough to hang around know that, because as I say, it's not even remotely intuitive. Now, having said that, Johnny, in the column for project status,
yep.
I see the project status for those 3 lane movements listed as design build fiscal year 2022. That's the entire DTI project that is currently in procurement, and presumably the contractor not to be selected until sometime later in June. I think June 30th is the date that they've identified for the award of the contract. That's the professional technical term. I'm curious as to why we do not describe the status as in procurement instead of design build or in addition to design build, so that its actual place in the timeline is appropriately designated for the average citizen.
Why? I think the average citizen might be looking at which projects are scheduled for construction in a given year. Procurement is more dealing with like administrative process. I'm not opposed to providing that information, but that's not the typical descriptor that we use when we provide the project status. We really go by project delivery phases, planning, PD&E, environmental, PE, design, construction support, maintenance.
those last two typically don't appear in this document. But anyway, I usually use the like standard green book project delivery phases. If you want me to indicate that it's still in procurement, I'll check with DOT to make sure that that's still true, because I haven't been getting regular updates on it.
That's still true.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do about annotating that.
Okay, the other annotation, and apropos of the next line item, actually, where you've gone the extra mile to say construction to finish early in 2026. What I would like to see for the DTI is design build FY22, if it must remain there described that way, but have it noted as being in procurement and also have a construction to finish date listed, because when you talk to the DOT engineers, they will opine as to a potential construction finish date that moves out into the future some 5 years or more. Again, I'm trying to get as much information on a document that eyeballs are actually going to be on, so that people don't have to ask a whole lot of questions. For one, I mean, if you looked at this major projects line up here with those 3 items listed by FPN number, nobody but a nerd would look at that and know what that meant and what lane movements are involved. I am a nerd, so I know this. I almost memorized these FPN numbers a few months ago. So something that actually describes this beyond just being the downtown interchange, for people to understand that there are 3 separate projects and what they actually are, when they're scheduled to be broken ground on, when they're scheduled to be completed. It is probably one of the most important items on this entire tip. I think it deserves more ink and more description.
I think I can do that.
And having said that, do we have any surprises coming up in May, later on in June, perhaps before the TIP review hearing by way of TIP amendments that you're aware of?
I'm not the first one to know when a TIP amendment is coming up. We've been talking about possibly doing a TIP amendment shortly after the TIP is adopted to allow the Cross Bay Ferry to receive funds. That's a little, to explain, it's getting a little into the weeds, but Park won an FTA grant for $5 million to purchase a ferry. They have to complete another grant application to actually spend the money. It's like a bureaucratic issue as far as I understand it. But we were told that they might have to complete a TIP amendment to actually be allowed to spend the money. That's all I'll say. That's the only one that I know of that is in the hopper. I haven't been told about any forthcoming TIP amendments, at least in the near future.
So that's something we might be asked to review and act upon during our June CAC meeting.
We might all be surprised. I typically don't hear about the TIP amendments until 1 month before I bring them all to you. So the ferry is the only one that I have on my radar.
Okay.
There's a quick tangent to that. Is there a deadline that you set internally for folks to submit things to you?
For TIP amendments? No, because there's a whole bunch of reasons why a TIP amendment might be needed. Sometimes it's as simple as if you don't complete a TIP amendment and spend this money now, it's going somewhere else. Sometimes it's like DOT saving some money in a different county and then wanting to reallocate it to one of our projects.
Yeah, not necessarily for amendments, but for the TIP itself. Because you're saying you're getting stuff like an hour before this meeting. How do we know that DOT's not going to surprise us with, well, guess what? The governor gave us a check all the way up to Bear, so we're going to add the toll lanes back in. Surprise. On June 1st.
That's a good question. That's worthy of consideration. I would, if I could have, yeah, I'm trying to think of how I might respond if we're put in that situation. And
tough luck.
I think that if they were to come at the 11th hour and request a change that only the board would see, I would definitely indicate that the committees had not seen that change and had not given their approval. and it would warrant attention on the spot, like during the TIP public hearing presentation. I really can't think of any reason why that would happen. If we get surprised, I'll definitely call that to everyone's attention.
Well, I think it would just be good practice to set a standard that says 1 month prior, because we hold our workshops on this now a month in advance, so that we can have a second meeting to approve it before it goes to the board. That we don't get any new things between now and then. And that will prevent a lot of the last, October surprises, as they're called.
We do have a deadline by which we expect the agencies to submit their requests and increase DOT. It was back in March, but just as a professional courtesy, we understand that they might have any number of reasons why they're requesting a change, as long as it's minor and not it's not like they're dropping a huge bomb on us at the very last minute without opportunity for the public to review it. I more often than not honor that request. If it was a project that was going to fall into major capacity, like regional significance, and no one had a chance to review, I think that we might just say, no, it's going to have to wait till
I appreciate that professional courtesy. I do, truly, I get it. I think it's been abused in the past. And those minor changes may seem minor, but have a major impact on some of the conversations we have at the district board. And their impacts are massive. So I would suggest that staff, set a firm deadline of whenever it is, and that it's a zero sum. You have to wait till next year if you need to, or you have to file an amendment and has to go through the process for that, May 1st or March or whatever it is.
All right. Well, let me add on to that if I might. The fact that not only actual, but certainly perceived abuses in this amendment process have been endemic of this whole CAC experience for me. In May of 2019, when we walked into this room to do our TIP review and recommendation to the board, I walked into this room and it was the first time that I saw the DTI quick fix presented in much the same way that we're seeing it now. It was the first time that it was ever shown to us. We were supposed to act on that particular project right then by a recommendation to the board, and we had no warning of it whatsoever. That's one. And then there are the TIP amendments that come in what appear to be the dark of night with an effort to avoid the light of day and the scrutiny of a larger number of people. Evidence May of 2021, TPO, the board approves that $2.5 million in that fiscal year to acquire properties in BME board. They did that in May. The TIP annual review was going to take place 3.5 weeks later. Could have been done then when people were paying attention, but instead it was done at the 11th hour in the existing fiscal year when literally nobody was looking. I was, because again, I'm nerdy. I was at that meeting. I argued against it to no avail. The $2.5 million was approved. Then in October of that same year, October of 2021, 14 TIP amendments are approved. And among those 14 TIP amendments is the funding documentation for these 3 lane movements for the downtown interchange. And of course, once that funding was approved, we now hear from TPO staff that since the funding is there for construction, it's now beyond the point of no return. Oops, too bad. But again, it was being done in October when nobody was really paying attention in 2021, which was still kind of the meat of the pandemic. There weren't many people at that hearing either. It was an off-cycle hearing. I was there. I heard it. I saw it. I argued about it. But very few people showed up and very few people knew anything about it. So at some point, you look at the timing of these presentations and the effect of those amendments and begin to at least smell in the air something that doesn't smell right about how these things are funneled through the system. And by the way, that by the time we actually realize what happened to us it is said that it is too late because it is beyond the point of no return. So this is why I now ask, do we have any surprises coming? If a surprise were to come through now, at this point in time, I, like maybe Josh, would be inclined by default to simply disapprove anything that comes in at the 11th hour because we've not been provided due process and have not had the opportunity to review it and give it a reasonable critique and vetting. But that's bad practice. And for the staff to allow it to occur without any pushback at all, I think is bad practice. I expect that at this point from DOT, but not from staff. So please be alert to it, be aware of it. I see that you are, but it still keeps happening. All right, that's that. Last question I have is on table 2. This, I guess, I just didn't get the memo. I didn't understand. Table 2, line item 67. This has to do with additional funding needed for reconstruction of West Shore Interchange. For some reason, I thought the funding for the West Shore Interchange was already in the bucket, in the bag. It was done deal. We've had talks about this for the last 2 years. And now, although there is a piece of the West Shore Interchange that's in table 1, now there's this piece in table 2. Apparently more funding is needed and expressly for, excuse the metaphor or the connection, expressly for express lanes. So where are we there? Do they have the funding for the West Shore Interchange to complete it, or don't they? And
so the TIP amendment that happened October 21 was, you have to forgive me, I don't have the numbers on the top of my head.
So $230 million.
Yeah, sounds about right. That paid for, that funded an additional lane on one part of Veterans and some turn lanes on SR 60. The total estimated construction cost for all of West Shore, like the entire project, is almost $1 billion. Right? They're going to need roughly $800 million as of today to complete.
Yeah, I thought the governor came down and wrote a check for that much.
No, not the entire amount. The amount that we got is funding the early works. The way I understand it, it's like they're laying the groundwork to complete subsequent phases. And I believe it's going to be broken out into the early works and then phase 1 and then phase 2. There might be a third phase. I'm not exactly sure how they're going to break it out. But yeah, they're still seeking funds to do the rest of the project. So only that early works phase has money right now. It seems, I feel uncomfortable like saying this on the record. It seems likely that we'll get the rest of that money since there's already a $230 million investment. But in order to signal support, I think we have to leave it on table 2. Otherwise, our chances of getting that money are none at all because we won't have LRTP consistency.
So if this, I got to tell you, the headlines on this were a whole lot more pointed than that. I mean, it was done. So when I say I didn't get the memo, I clearly understood that West Shore was a done deal, and then later the DTI came along and they found another X number of millions of dollars that was part of that October surprise.
I think the headlines got switched up. With the TIP amendment, the DTI is funded for construction. Like with the money being delivered, that's enough to complete that project. The West Shore, it's only funding the first of either 3 or 4 phases. So West Shore is just now.
Big check set.
Yeah.
That's not what the press op and the photo op talked about. So if for whatever reason this money doesn't come down the pipe, the West Shore Interchange is hobbled in terms of a reconstruction project, but to put it mildly.
Yes, there's still going to be benefits from the projects that they have money to complete, but it won't be the full scale West Shore Interchange. You know, like with the money that they have, they are adding the lane, Veterans Memorial. They're adding the turn lanes. They're doing projects that are going to help direct traffic through that part of town, but it's not enough to complete the entire West Shore Interchange.
Where is that additional funding coming from?
Well, we have SIS on there, strategic intermodal system. The money that was given to us was from the state budget. And I imagine that that's where the rest would come from as well.
But it's not gonna come from funding of a bucket from which other projects would benefit, like.
The amount of money that can be used on the SIS is limited to just SIS facilities. Not sure if I'm not sure if everyone's listening, but strategic intermodal systems like all the interstates, I think the ports are on the SIS, airport as well. So like major state-owned facility or state-controlled facilities, at least that funnel a lot of traffic.
So, because here's my fear, is that we were under the impression that $1 billion check was signed, sealed, delivered. It turns out only that it's $230 million or whatever it is. And so the rest of the tab is on DOT to find money for, because there's no guarantee the state's gonna pay for the rest. So they may say, all those extra fun things we were gonna do that's on this tip that we've committed funding to, yeah, we're not funding those because we have to fund the interstate at West Shore. That's my fear. Is that plausible?
I'm not really sure. I'll ask someone at DOT if they can give us a status update on what the funding plan is. But like I said, as far as I know and what I've been told from DOT staff, the amount that was delivered is just to get the project started. But once the project is started, it's kind of like a stone rolling downhill. Like it's hard to stop.
Oh, I get it.
$230 million investment. I think it's high probability that the rest of the funding will come from the same source, but nothing's 100%.
Well, yeah, they don't, I mean, you wouldn't want to upset whoever, big conglomerate engineering firm got started on the work and got promised the rest of the $1 billion worth of work.
If I'm totally wrong on that and misremembering the details, I'll come back and issue a correction.
Well, look, Josh, before you go off down one of your other paths of inquiry here, my other concern, other than thank you for confirming the deed is not funded, is the continued use of the term express lanes. That's presumably what this funding is for, is the building of additional general and express lanes. And I know this has come up in these meetings, it's come up at the board, Kim Overman and Mariella and Pat Kemp. I mean, they're all over this express lane stuff, tolls. We keep on using express lanes without defining them, without referring to them as either being tolled or untolled. And if tolled, then what kind of tolling? At what point does that become a matter of definition for the TIP document? Because right now, it's at best ambiguous. We know, I think, that when DOT speaks of express lanes, what they really mean are tolled lanes. They just don't use the words.
Variable rate express lanes.
Variable rate express lanes that, will vary with how much demand there is at any given point in time. That's what they mean, and that's what they're going to have on the Howard Franklin. And they want to carry that over into Tampa through the West Shore interchange. But they studiously avoid the word toll because they know it's politically toxic once they get into the city of Tampa. But it's still here. And when David Gwynn speaks about it, he speaks about the fact that in order to get the money, they had to express a managed toll lane system because they had to tell the feds how they were going to manage the traffic. And so what he used to manage the traffic was tolled express lanes, managed toll lanes. But then he equivocates and says, but when we get further down the road, maybe they'll be tolled and maybe they won't. But I had to say that to get the money, which is pure bullshit in my mind. I mean, that's just fraud. But if you use the terms to get the money, then you're going to want to use the money to give the toll lanes a shot. That's what he said he was going to do. That's what he said he was going to do to get the money. So, and we know that our political leaders don't want to see toll lanes. So is it not possible to put something in here now that refers to untolled express lanes or express lanes with no tolls?
At this stage of TIP development, I have to rely on what I've been told by DOT. Their position like you stated, I have to take them at their word that it has yet to be decided what the express instrument will be. I know that there was that conversation at the board about, I think it was Commissioner Overman stated that she does not want to see
2020 and
express
2021.
lanes. I don't think that the board took action about defining the language or issuing a policy statement. I'll take a look, and if I'm wrong, I'll make the adjustments. But yeah, like I said, I don't think that they have made a decision yet.
Okay, but it would be open.
If they do, then
It would, for instance, be open for us as a CAC to make a motion and recommendation to the board that that language be included in the tip at this line item 67. That it be specified not to be told lanes.
Yeah.
Be they general use, express, whatever, they're not told.
I think that's within the committee's power to make that recommendation.
Okay. Well, that's a cluster. All right, I don't have anything else. Thank you for indulging me.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You guys have any questions? I mean, the whole purpose of this is that it lets us talk to each other,
Yeah.
right? Otherwise, we'd be having pizza and beer somewhere else talking about it.
Is it pretty safe to assume that next month our entire time is we sit on the tip?
It should be, probably.
Yeah, so no other meeting items?
I can't say that there are none. I think that there might be a couple. I'm definitely going to encourage the presenters to keep it as short as possible. I did want to say something, Rick, was about a point you made earlier. I guess you and Josh were actually talking about like the TIP amendments coming through. It's a very difficult position to be in. You know, I definitely understand where you're coming from. I don't deny any of the concerns that you have. However, like it is, I think it's important for us to leave the door open for agencies to submit TIP amendment requests in a short period of time, because a lot of the funding opportunities might be lost forever if we don't act quickly. The challenge is ensuring that enough people are paying attention to pay attention to the details of all the TIP amendments as they come through and scrutinize them just as much as they would during the regularly scheduled TIP hearing. To like turn around on you, could you imagine if the governor's office offered to pay for the West Shore interchange and then somehow the TPO didn't act fast enough and we dropped the ball? Like that's not the kind of press I want, you know? So we have to really like take each situation. Like you can't, I don't think it works best for the TPO or the community to apply like an overarching principle that we won't accept TIP amendments by a certain date, because there's always that chance that we could be missing a golden opportunity to really positively impact the community. I know that the DTI is problematic for you and for many segments of the community, but there is an equal opportunity that we could be passing up on great projects and, you know, like missing out on a funding opportunity that could really benefit the community. So I'm hesitant to say that we won't accept it by a certain date.
I don't want to, you know, I appreciate the flexibility in some of these instances. I think we're in uncharted territory to a certain extent because it has been abused. And so, you know, I agree you're in a tough spot because you have to find the balance between being flexible enough for folks with good projects while also being inflexible for the bad actors in the system that do spring these things on at last minute for strategic purposes, none other than strategic. They don't want as many people seeing it. They want to get it through as quickly as they can. And so, you know, I don't know what that threshold looks like. And it's a hard one to maybe even figure out what it looks like. But we're not there because, again, we're in an area at a point in time where it's being abused. And you know it, we know it, we've all seen it. And, you know, we can't let the fear of letting some of the projects that miss their window prevent us from ever, you know, acting on or allowing bad projects to continue to pass.
Yeah, I mean, just call it the exercise of reasoned judgment. as much as anything else, and an appreciation for the importance of the perception of what's being done. And I'll go back to that $2.5 million again. And for those of you who weren't on this committee at the time, when the downtown interchange project first surfaced, from the day I first saw that documentation right on through 2020 into 2021, every document I ever saw, including the TIP documents, I might add, referred to the fact that no further right-of-way was going to be necessary. The DOT does not believe further right-of-way acquisition will be necessary in order to accomplish the downtown interchange improvements. All right? And that, frankly, is a seed that was planted in my head early on, which is part of the reason why I never thought there was going to be any problem with walls being moved in my neighborhood. Forget about VME Board Historic. The first time that no right-of-way acquisition promotion was given the lie was in May of 2021. In May of 2021, for the first time, they come out and say, yeah, we're going to have to take additional right-of-way. We're going to need $2.5 million to buy the houses. And it's a total reversal from what they had been saying in 2019, 2020. In fact, the TIP document for 2021 that was published in June for the TIP annual meeting still said there was no additional right-of-way going to be needed after the right-of-way acquisition was approved a month before. So,
Not accurate.
oh yeah, I was right there.
But at the presentation about the downtown interchange and the West Shore interchange, it was the month before 2045 plan adoption. So I'm now talking about October of 2019. So October of 2019, Rich Clarendon did that really detailed review of all of the documents that they'd given us. We did a lot of interagency meetings, including with the Tampa staff, and a 14-page letter of comment on the supplemental environmental impact statement. At that time, DOT was communicating that they were going to need like 10 or 12 parcels. I agree, that is not the same as what we heard in the spring, like in April, May of 2019. At first, they were saying they didn't think they were going to need any parcels for the quick fix concept. But by the time we got around to October, they were saying they're going to need some parcels. Pretty sure that's in Rich's slides.
Well, and Beth, and I guess it begs a question, with all due respect, to whom were they communicating that? Because sure as hell wasn't to me. And it wasn't to Tampa Heights, and it wasn't in here.
It was at the TPO board meeting.
Well, I don't sit on the TPO board.
Of 2019,
Mhm.
and I agree, it is a moving target, but we spent a lot of time trying to hash through all of that, make sure it was transparent. And then there was another 30 days before we got to the public hearing to adopt the long-range transportation plan, at which time there was an agreement to put the downtown interchange quick fix concept into the long-range transportation plan as cost feasible.
Okay, you've lost me now.
I'm just
But
saying, this has been a very transparent process.
Well-
We spent a lot of time on it.
Okay, the public facing documents, the ones that we were given here on this very table, referred to the fact that additional right-of-way was not going to be necessary in order to accomplish these lane movements. That was true in 2019, it was true in 2020, and I think it was true in 2021 as well, maybe not, certainly 2020, but 2021, they may have already changed it, but I don't think so. The month after the money was approved for the right-of-way acquisition in VME board, May of 2021, in June of 2021, your public-facing TIP document still said FDOT doesn't believe they're going to require additional right-of-way. It was a mistake. I'll grant you probably somebody just forgot to make the amendment. But the point is, that's what was publicly facing, and that's what we believed was happening.
Right, that was the
And-
description on the priority list.
Yeah.
I agree.
So, but the change that, my point is, regardless of what was being discussed by DOT with you guys, or maybe even with, members of the TPO board, I don't know what they were being told. I know what we were being told. I know what I was being told and not told. there was a total reversal of the strategy in May of 2021 for the first time. That was the first time I ever heard about it.
I don't think that's an accurate statement.
Okay, well, I'm telling you what I know.
We
I'm telling you.
scheduled a special briefing for the CAC in August of 2019.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of display boards that you looked at too.
Yeah, that didn't have anything about walls being relocated. We've
With
litigated
right-of-way
that.
acquisition.
We've litigated that
Well,
question
you
already.
argued that there was no information because it was not labeled. You're right, you have to actually read the legend or talk to one of the staff people that's sitting next to the display board. I'm sorry that you didn't understand that that was what was happening.
Yeah, I'm too
But this was
stupid.
a
You're right.
very
The-
public process.
It's a very public process that failed to communicate the facts to the public. That's the problem. And yeah, you had roadblocks out that we were supposed to
But
somehow
going
figure
forward
out.
though, we gotta just, now,
Well, I am trying to go forward. My comments here have to do with what are we going to get as a surprise at the 11th hour between now and the meeting in June.
let's just vote it down.
And why am I concerned about it? It's because of what's happened before.
We have a 3-week public notice process for TIP amendments at this time. I think we're getting to be about a week away from that.
If we get anything, we have the right to send our comments up to the TPO.
Is it?
Well, yeah, and we do.
Is it even possible then to, and again,
Johnny can accept whatever he wants to accept, and then when he brings it to present, we decide if we want to send it.
here is the problem. The process opens up, we receive a TIP amendment. Our first time seeing it as the most informed
Just vote
board.
it down, that's what I'm saying. Vote it down.
Right, but
Prepare.
as opposed to doing that, you know, why not establish some sort of protocol that essentially says from X time until X time, there's no TIP amendments. It's not a blanket, you know, we don't receive them by this date, you have to wait till next year. Maybe it's a month before and after the TIP hearing, that there's a window of, you know, just professional courtesy extended by the agencies that say, look, this is a time where this TIP is big, it's complex, it's in front of a lot of eyes, there's a lot of input that needs to be added. It is hard on the reviewing agencies and staff to continue to add and improvise and build the Plain Laws Landing. Why not establish some sort of process that is standardized, every year it's the same, you gotta have your TIP amendments in by here, and if you don't, the next time you can start having it is a month after the TIP, so that everybody can fully digest everything that's been presented to them. I don't,
So your request is that we not consider TIP amendments in May?
potentially not. I think we've
What
seen.
if there's a little bit of money left over from some other project and DOT could make it available for something you consider valuable? I mean, would you not want the board to approve that in May?
And you can't have exceptions, because then we have a problem with everything being an exception.
That's what I'm saying. My point is, I think we've gotten to the point where that sort of scenario is not happening at the same frequency as the impropriety is happening, where we're getting things last minute. And until that changes, until we stop getting those TIP amendments last minute, that are done, like I said, I believe done to expedite the process for purposes that are, we don't want a lot of people seeing this, we want to get it in and approved as fast as we can, since there's not a lot of scrutiny. Until that perception, even if it's just perception and it's not true, even until that changes, we're at a point where the relationship's broken and there's a lot of good faith that has to go back.
Well, I do appreciate that. This is why we instituted a lot of proactive outreach strategies for TIP amendments, which were never, ever done in the past. So, and we as a result have gotten back a lot of feedback on the TIP amendments over the last year.
Great.
So that was why DaVita recommended that we institutionalize that TIP amendment notification procedure.
All this is so valid concerns, but like foundationally speaking, we're trying to build a TPO with a CAC and advisory staff that's like rowing in the same direction. So, but we keep saying that somebody's up to no good, this person's up to no good, this person's trying to get one over on us. It's terrible, it's terrible. I know Johnny's busting his butt trying to do the best he can for the community. I know Beth is busting her butt trying to do the best. So if we just take that their they're corrupt or whatever out of the equation, then we can assume that they're helping us to make sure that whoever else may be corrupt, they're catching it, they're seeing it, they're guarding against it also. That's what I'm saying. Like, each time we do this, we can't say, oh my gosh, is this legitimate? How did this go through the process? No, we have to make sure that there's a good process, and we can assume that everybody did their jobs. Then if there's a problem, you hold the people accountable for that problem.
I agree with you on principle. I feel like that has happened in the past. That nobody's been.
That's what I'm saying. No, Johnny is 2 years, 3 years in his position, maybe.
Tip manager, 2 years.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Tip committee, 2 years. Changes have happened. Like, it's better. Starting out by saying that this document is better.
I don't disagree. We've made a lot of progress. And please don't take anything I'm saying as being, antagonistic of staff. You, Johnny, and Beth, you guys have done amazing work, and you are in an incredibly difficult position. Do not envy. My perspective is I still don't think it's there yet. And, I don't want to hamper the flexibility. So I don't know, what the right answer is. This is just off the top of my head suggestion of a time frame might make sense. But at the same time, it may not. There may be some projects, come in and we have to reallocate funds or something like that, and it is for stuff we want. Where we draw that line is really, really important. And I don't know if we've drawn it in the right place yet. That's best I can say.
Well, and to your point, Terrence, once trust has been broken, and it has been with me, right?
But specifically,
I understand that.
No, I'm just saying, that's fine, right? But specifically, who broke the trust? I'm saying, then we should look at that situation. Because I'm hearing Beth say that the information was there. It was maybe mistakenly not updated after a change or something like that. If that's the case, then we have to stop talking about there was a violation of trust. No, somebody did something incorrectly in display or in updating documentation.
There's a miscommunication.
But that's not a violation of trust. That's what I'm saying, to keep the pinpoint on
depends
how
on
we can actually improve what's happening.
Depends on how it affects you, how you perceive it. But suffice to say, for purposes of this conversation, there was a miscommunication, however it occurred. And as a result of that, a trust was broken. I trusted that the system worked. What I found was it really doesn't work so great. And you've got to really be on top of it every single minute to make sure that nothing slips through the cracks. I have tried personally to do that. But the average human being can't spend as much time on this as we do. I spend more time than the average, to be sure, with my various activities and in Tampa Heights. And it still slipped by me, right? So now we're trying to figure out a way to rebuild trust. And I don't know any way to do that other than to identify the problem, point to it. That's what happened. This is why I don't trust the system. It's not that I hate the players. I don't particularly like the game, right? They're doing their role in a game that I think is somewhat broken. And there are people getting hurt as a result. So when I speak of what I speak, and you speak of the future, please understand that the future for me and for my neighborhood and for the surrounding urban core neighborhoods includes a good 5 to 7 years of construction work that is going to be extremely damaging, is going to be not just damaging our wealth in terms of our homes and property values and the like, but very real issues having to do with health and safety of my person and the person of people I care about. You go drive around the construction sites and see what's happening. It's not just about noise and vibration. It's about toxic dust in the air. It's porta-johns on people's lots right next door to their lot lines that they have to live with for the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. And that project, all those projects, the project north of I-4 up to Hillsborough and the DTI, those projects were approved during a period of time when the system was not working for the people that are now being affected. So I'm trying, number one, to educate my community, because most of them didn't know squat about this until November when I found out about it by accident. And since then, trying to communicate to these good folks and the board what happened. To the point that in February, Cohen says at his meeting, this really hasn't been our best hour. We need to do better. And clearly they do. So, but how do we do better? And here I'm trying to identify some things that could be done better. Some exercise of reasonable judgment in terms of a tip document that comes through for amendment, at the 11th hour. How is this going to be perceived? Is this something that would better be seen in the light of day of a tip hearing when there are 50 people there for public comment rather than 2? That kind of thing. And unfortunately, the approval of the money in May, the approval of the money in May of 2021 and in October of 2021, both of those approvals had huge impacts on the urban core, and they were both done literally in the dark. People weren't looking at it. In October, the October one, that was 14 tip amendments. We didn't have a quorum at our CAC meeting that month. I was here, but we didn't have a quorum. We couldn't take action on it. And frankly, I don't think anybody was all that well educated on the 14 amendments. The 3 I was particularly concerned about were just sandwiched in there with the other 9 or whatever the math is, the other 11. And I know I voted to disregard it, or at least to pass that message on to the board, but it didn't stand as anything because we couldn't take CAC action without a quorum. And May, same issue. I think we may have had a quorum there. I don't remember what the CAC did regarding that recommendation.
There were several, sorry, I was going to pick up because it's, man, like you've been looking at these meetings, you know what I'm saying, the month and the date, so it's hard to say which one is which in my mind. But I recall us going through several tip amendments and then us taking out a couple of the line items that was like, it was a 3-piece kind of like what you're saying now, and you pulled out a couple.
We've done that in review of the tip several times since you and I have been on this committee. In 2020, we voted as a committee to strike every element of the tip that involved the downtown interchange. Every single one. I mean, it wasn't unanimous, but we had good solid votes and recommended to the board that the entire TV Next project basically be removed. In 2021, we were a little less aggressive, but we did recommend that they strike the portion of the Tampa Bay Next project that involved 2 general lane movements north of Hillsborough, the expansion of the interstate to Beers. They actually picked that up. Pat Kemp made a motion in June of 2021 to strike section 7 from the tip, and that passed. At the same hearing, though, they also approved the extension that is now being constructed north of I-4 up to Hillsborough. Actually, the terminus is just a little south of Hannah. So, it's come in bits and pieces, and clearly, since 2019 up through now, this CAC has been very aggressive about pushing back on the TBX project to begin with, and then TB Next, and the quick fix as well. We've disapproved those more often than we've approved them. And so, yeah, if you have memory of that happening, that's accurate. But that's part of my point, though. When we were paying attention, and being pretty aggressive. This has been the character of this committee all along. We're a pushback kind of committee. But in May of 2021, when nobody was really paying attention, and in October of 2021, when they pulled through those 14 amendments, we weren't really paying attention, not in mass, and no presentation like this was made.
So on the 14, when did the right of way come back?
The right of way was May of 2021. That was $2.5 million.
They requested
being authorized.
They requested funding to acquire the right of way.
To acquire the homes, increase the right of way footprint, to acquire the homes on 14th Avenue. And then there's another 1 or 2 on Columbus. I think there were 8 or 9 properties.
The whole thing, we brought somebody in to talk about the process of how FDOT talks to people and negotiates and everything.
We had a right of way. We had Joe Murphy come in here and he gave a presentation. And if you remember, Amy Espinoza even went out and knocked on some doors and talked to some of the people on 14th Avenue. So there was a discussion about it, but not to discount the fact that it was effectively a reversal of what was to me the promise that the DTI changes could be accomplished without taking more property, without displacing more people, without taking more homes. And this was exactly the opposite of that. And you know, not for nothing, in May of 2021, when the board approved that 2.5 million for the additional right-of-way, in June of 2021, 1 month later, they are then considering the 3-lane movements. They were in the TIP, but they were in the TIP in Table 2. There was no funding for them. And Kim Overman moved to strike the lane movement that was westbound I-4 to northbound 275. That would have been the lane movement that actually hugged VME Bore along the area where that additional right-of-way was going to be taken. She moved to strike that. And then Beth showed up with Cameron Clark and started talking about the point of no return statute, and that somehow that lane movement was beyond the point of no return and she really shouldn't be able to touch it. Cameron said he didn't know, but she withdrew the motion and there was never a vote taken on it. Which is interesting to me because that lane movement in June of 2021, it wasn't funded. The right-of-way acquisition was funded. The lane movement was not. The lane movement didn't get funded until October of 2021. So there was no way that it was in design phase when it was not funded yet. Yet your director told the board that they couldn't move it because it was beyond the point of no return. And Kimberly just backed off it. I can't tell you why she backed off. She shouldn't have, but she did. So that issue never got raised, and hopefully it'll get raised again now because it's every bit as subject to being changed now as it was then, in my opinion. So, yeah, I mean, there are a lot of moving targets here, and looking at it broadly from 2019 up until now, there are a lot of individual meetings that had very big effect on people. And somewhere along the way, the communication got fouled up.
So then how would that look? I'm just saying, let's say in 5 years, we had approval to do the 275 conversion. What would be affected in that area?
I'm sorry, say again?
So we're doing the boulevard, 275 Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
Does that, I'm just saying, is there an impact to the lane movements you're talking about? Is that going to be in the same area? I'm trying to visualize how.
If it depends on how far up the boulevard conversion would go.
So then that comes to my whole thing. Like, this is, just need like a presentation on the plan. What's the plan? And then where are we? What's funded? And is it going to get us to where we want to be? Like,
Talking about for the convergence study?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You could all, instead of just breaking them up into little projects, I mean, the conversion study is a part of, or what they're doing there is a part of what's happening because of the way 275 is and I-4 is everything right now.
True.
So if that were to change, how does it all fit together? What would it look like? I don't know. I'm just trying to get a comprehensive.
Good luck.
Like I think
Nikki.
Was it? Yeah, Nikki was talking about on Dale Mabry, you know, to look at it holistically instead of intersection by intersection.
I think what you're grasping for is the same thing I am, is something that actually looks like a vision for the future as opposed to a honey-do list of projects that don't seem to be particularly connected.
So the long range document you're talking about is the long range plan. It goes out to 25 years. Yeah. In previous plans, we've extended that even further out to the future. So we ran some scenarios with the TV Next segments that they were completed. I think we may have run a couple of scenarios looking at the boulevard study and where traffic may have gone. I know the DOT ran at least one because they presented it to us
With the caveat,
an internal meeting.
With the caveat that they did it like a switch being turned off and all of a sudden the interstate's gone, not including increased transit capacity and all the other things that are part of bigger, larger boulevard
vision, but yeah.
Anyway, we do look at the long range implications, not very granular, like we don't look at the very specific details of like where the noise wall will go and things like that. But we have a model that will tell us how much traffic can be carried on a roadway if it's 2, 4, 6, 8, even more lanes than that. It's a very rough picture, or a rough sketch, but we do that.
I get it. I mean, I'm not saying agree or disagree. It's tough.
Yeah, and we're the ones here, taking it in like drinking water out of the proverbial fire hydrant, and it's confusing to me. I won't speak to anybody else. It's confusing as hell to me to keep all these plates spinning and understand how they all come together.
Yeah, I brought it up specifically this kind of thing in the Riverview area. There was like intersection work on 301, and there was lane widening on 301. And there were, I should say Big Bend, that's it. They like added the lane one day, then it's like put another light here, then they did another thing. But, where do you see how all those different projects come? I know you did a better, like, we talked about that in our design, in the subcommittee meeting last year to, group those things together. But still kind of, the math helps too, right? That's a good place to go. Maybe I'll start there. You can go to the project map.
It does, it helps. It does help.
Yeah, all the improvements, I don't want to say that they have to happen this way, but they do happen piecemeal as a result of the funding limitations. I mean, it would be great if we could just pick one very long corridor and attack it, throw all our money at it and say, we're going to totally change this in a short period of time. But we're like responsive to different parts of the community that are desiring improvements. So we do a little bit and just chip away over time.
Understood.
All right. Well, we've eaten up I'm surprised, we ate up our 2-hour block. Thank you. Thank you for hanging in there.
One slice, I can't do it. I gotta get out of here. Thanks, Sharon, for your time.
Thanks, Sharon.
Oh, yeah, man. Listen, I love this area.